parties. How do you know who you can trust? Sure, they're united because they want the name, but there's also part of them that says, hey, Krispy Kreme, for example, knows a lot of people across the country that are Republican politics. Do you think he's not calling them saying, how can you be there supporting Donald Trump, making them feel bad and making them do it? So there's that aspect here that those people are often being like I listened, unfortunately, what's her name? My father was an asshole genie or whatever, right? So she's I got to listen to her talk the other day, and she was lauding we need Mike Pence, people like Mike Pence back running this party because they have the moral clarity on how to do it. He's right on this and that. She was talking about Paul Ryan, and she was talking about other people. She's saying, vote for Trump. She says, vote for Kamala Harris if you're a Republican, because it'll restore the Republican Party. Vote for Kamala. Kamala will win, and we'll come back and fight her in 2028. That's essentially her message to people, right? Kill MAGA, right? She's an Halliburton girl, and everything's predicated on us staying in the Ukraine for Halliburton stock options. Jay is the word. That's true.
I didn't ask you. I mean, you also have all the down ballot races, so what you're not seeing in this picture is you're going to see Republicans may not have been a Trump Republican once their senator to get elected as members of Congress. I mean, there still is the push to get the Republicans out to vote.
Abby, in 2022, let's be fair, Abby, in 2022, right? How many Trump-endorsed candidates did Mitch McConnell allow SLF, which is his Senate Leadership Fund, to give money to, right? He denied the guy from Arizona, Masters, right? Masters was running for Senate, but he was a Trump-endorsed candidate. Right. So SLF didn't donate. SLF is a Senate Leadership Fund. They were willing to sacrifice control of the Senate to ensure that a Trump-endorsed candidate didn't come in. How many? SLF also didn't endorse Dr. Oz. You could say Dr. Oz is a horrible candidate, didn't endorse him. They came in at the end on Herschel Walker only because Brian Kemp asked them to, but they didn't put enough money to it. So the three that Trump endorsed, but the ones that Trump didn't endorse, or that were in competitive states like Colorado, right?
Vance.
No, so that was different. And SLF, by the way, SLF that was a little different because he was going to win anyway. Okay, but SLF also didn't put in too much money into Vance's campaign, just to be fair. Okay, but SLF also didn't put money into some loser running for Senate who was anti-Trump in Colorado, who got his ass whooped in the election. Also, look at what happened in 2021 with the New Jersey governor's race. Okay, we had that fucking election won. Okay, but there was no lawyers on the ground, and actually there's a Truth Social from Donald Trump where he says, I hope the Republican Party has it on the ground because they can steal that election. There's no way God Murphy will win. Of course, Republican Party said, fuck this. This guy's endorsed by Trump. Fuck him. We're not going to do anything about it. What happened? Nobody was on the ground. Miss Piggy didn't send anyone. Didn't send anyone on the ground to do it, and no one cared. Just said we lost the election fair and square. It's okay. And and so what I'm saying to you, Abby, is that while you may disagree with some of the semantics of what Christian said, and I can't verify some of that stuff, there's a reality here that you don't. Trump says it perfectly, that poem about the snake, right? There's a lot of snakes in the Republican Party. And the problem is that some of them are known snakes and some of them are unknown snakes. And there's a lot of them. See, when Mitt Romney ran, the entire party was unified behind Mitt Romney. Why? Because they were all rhinos. Okay? But there's a huge Tea Party movement that said, okay, we're just going to suck it up and get him in there because we don't like Obama. And now it's the other way around, right? You have the Tea Party type people that are all in on Trump. And you have all these other people that are like, oh, shit, I hope he's just died, gets out of the way so we can get back. I mean, Mitch McConnell is insulting Trump on a regular basis on TV. Like, he recently made a comment saying, like, the fact that, if Donald Trump wins, the fact that he wouldn't give money to our allies is concerning, right? I mean, it's just, they're going to attack him on everything. And so that party, that needs to be gone. But just remember, when we took over this, when the Democrats took control of the Senate, okay, in the midterm, around the midterms time, or actually before that they did, because I think Chuck Schumer took it over. They took it over when Biden won. Remember, the Republican Republican Party wasn't unified to get rid of Mitch McConnell. They kept Mitch McConnell as the leader. He was a minority leader. Not one of them had the balls to come and say, we're going to get rid of Mitch McConnell because this guy's a piece of shit and kicking our name out. Why? Because they wanted his fundraising. They wanted his money. They didn't challenge him for, none of them even dared to challenge. Yeah, they challenged the House Speaker and all that, but they didn't have the balls. Till this day, they still don't have the balls to challenge Mitch. They'll ask Mitch to not run.
I mean, do you appreciate the perspective that Abby brings, which I feel is that, I feel like what she's saying is that despite all of the darkness and all of the evil and the wickedness and whatever, the double dealing and everything, that the party is unified behind Trump. Now, Abby, I'm not just going to write you up. Hold on, I'm not done. And I'm not just going to write Abby a hall pass. Like, something is really, really broken. Something is really wrong in Arizona. There's no way Katie Hobbs won that election. We all fucking know that. The cartel is like all through there. Like that's like the main highway that the fentanyl is coming in. Something is deeply, darkly fucking evil and wrong and broken in that state. And when Mr. Christian said that, the rhinos are there and they have like, an iron grip, I don't think that we should just like, poo-poo that. I think that's like a legit concern that needs to be squared.
Yeah, and just to jump back in, I wish I could bring on one of my committeemen. I mean, I've got probably over 300 of them. I don't think any of them are on Clubhouse, but I could bring on any one of them, and they can tell you the stories that are happening on the ground inside, as I said, arguably the most important county in the United States, Maricopa County, where we have all these Republican voters, but the Republican voters are not being reflected by the committeemen at the top. But I wanted to get to something else. So I put in the chat a link to Ray LaHood, who is a top Kamala Harris surrogate. He's a Kamala Harris Republican, and he went live on television talking about how this is the McCain party, and they got behind Biden. And they made sure Biden got in, and now they decided to get behind Kamala and make sure that Kamala gets in. Also, a few months ago on Twitter X Spaces, we had a huge room. We had the chair of the California GOP, the chair of the Nebraska GOP, and the chair of the South Dakota GOP, and they all said the fox is guarding the hen house. They said that the establishment is sitting at the top of the party, and they're dictating down to the precinct level, which is the neighborhood where we all live, and they're dictating what the party is going to do instead of the people controlling the party. I could also give you another example. Earlier this year, at one of Trump's rallies in Georgia, he was calling out Brian Kemp before the quote kumbaya between Brian Kemp and Trump. He was calling out Kemp feverishly and saying, Kemp didn't do his job, etc., etc. So all these things that we see, those are the warning signs, or shall we say, the growing pains of the party that you can clearly see. But the reflection is what happens when we get to election night, or when those results start coming in and rolling down. And all I am simply saying is, you might not have this problem in Nevada, but I will tell you, I know multiple people. Obviously, I know a lot about Arizona, but I know people in the Michigan GOP. I know people in the Georgia GOP. I know people in the North Carolina GOP. As a matter of fact, Margot's been on the app with us. Margot talks all the time about all of the committeemen inside the North Carolina GOP, the rhinos trying to control the power at the top. And so that is a reflection of what's happening across the country.
Do you think that Doug Ducey, for example, like he had kind of like there was a little spat there between Wendy Rogers and. I mean, do you think Doug Ducey did something wrong in the 2020 election, or the other quote-unquote rhinos here in the state of Arizona?
Well, Doug Ducey was vetoing bills, but again, ultimately, again, let's go back to the federal Constitution. In Article 1, the state legislature sets the time, place, and manner of elections. In Article 2, the legislature is in charge of appointing the presidential electors. The legislature also, in Arizona, I'll just say this, in Arizona, the legislature has the vested legislative authority. They write the budget. They have legislative oversight. So you think that he should have sent in, is basically electors for Trump? Well, Doug Ducey should have been on the phone, just like Trump was on the phone in 2020, right after the election. Trump was working the phones, calling the legislature, calling the county, getting everybody on the phone, saying, look, you guys need to do something about this. We got a problem. Doug Ducey wasn't doing that. But the only reason Doug Ducey wasn't doing that is because he is a part of the establishment that McCain, which now is the Kamala Harris Republicans. But the McCain Republicans and the Biden Republicans, which were growth right here in Arizona, are now the Kamala Harris Republicans. Yeah, I know. They're a bunch of trash. But at the same time, I don't see how you could. I don't. First of all, I don't even know legally if that would fly. On a maybe I don't even know if the Supreme Court will break a mold to allow what though? For the legislature to basically send electors for Trump, even though the majority of the votes went to Biden. Well, the U.S. Supreme Court just talked about this. They talked about this in the Anderson case, that Colorado case to get Trump off the ballot. They talked about it in that other case with the Trump indictment about how the legislature has certain powers. They mentioned specifically Arizona while talking about the issue of electors and the time, place, and manner. Even parts of the Voting Rights Act. In 2021, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down parts of the Voting Rights Act because Arizona wanted to ensure that they could prevent election fraud, and the U.S. Supreme Court said no. The legislature can take these steps. The VRA, the Voting Rights Act, violates the legislature's authority. We're going to strike it down. So the legislature does have this power with electors and the oversight over the whole process. And I'll give you another example. Just when that whole big media story about the 200,000 aliens voting in elections with a full ballot when they weren't supposed to, guess who was on the phone with the governor and the Secretary of State, along with the State Attorney General? The legislature. Why? Because the legislature is in charge of the elections. Obviously, they bring all the stakeholders on the call, but it's the legislature that has that oversight. But why do you think Doug Ducey, for example, wouldn't want it to happen? I mean, first of all, he was like the governor that was appointed as like the lead for COVID response. He was in Trump's good graces up until that point. Clearly had some aspirations there. I don't see why. I don't see Ducey being part of any old guard or establishment. He is. Ducey is very much a part of that McCain establishment that holds on for dear life for the entire Republican Party. That whole apparatus inside the state is absolutely coming from the Ducey, Republicans or the McCain Republicans. Yes. And it's no different than what's going on. We don't see a lot of activity going on in Georgia, but the same thing is happening in Georgia. And they're not seeing anything. Like Georgia has 70-something counties or something like that. And then 70 different GOPs inside their state. Each County GOP having their own committee. You don't see any kind of activity from the Georgia GOPs saying, hey, well, look, if you guys don't fix this, we're going to let the Democrats take the whole state. The establishment has a grip on the party. That's not indicative of the Trump voters or the Republican voter base or the independents or party not declared that vote right or Republican, but it is indicative of the committeemen. The committeemen determine the candidates in the primary. The committeemen are the ones that make sure that a incumbent, or like somebody who's in the U.S. House, every 2 years they have to run for re-election. They don't get into office automatically. So every 2 years, that person in the U.S. House has to go out and get signatures. Who does that? The committeemen, the precinct chairs. They're the ones that do that. And then obviously, if a person is not in good graces, for example, like a Liz Cheney, she fell out of good graces with the Wyoming GOP, and the Wyoming GOP said, we no longer identify Liz Cheney as a Republican. Right. So then all of a sudden, Liz Cheney is out completely. So we control these factors. The problem is the Trump voter base is not involved inside the GOP. That's the problem.
But I have to like kind of, one thing I push back on is that you had people like Wendy Rogers. She was the head of the Arizona GOP, right?
No. This was Kelly Ward. Kelly Ward was at the top of the ACGOP. We had another gentleman that was at the top of the GOP prior to Ward coming in, and he's now he's actually the Yuma GOP county chair. So the establishment, and I'll give you another picture to illustrate this. So every time that a district GOP chair or a county GOP chair ends their term, if it's just a 2-year term and the next person comes in, the person that used to be the chair, all they do is just move into another role at the top. But as I say, the voters are not being reflected in that GOP leadership. And just as Abby was just saying, when the party, supposedly coalesces together to elect Republican candidates, they will leave out the Trump candidates. They will do all the work for a generic Republican. But if it is a Trump candidate, they will leave that Trump candidate out. I'll give you another example. How about the North Carolina GOP working against Mark Robinson in the middle of the general election right before 2024? There's so many examples I can give you.
I just know there was kind of like somewhat of a Civil War. There were some like, fucking forgetting all the names now. Like, they were definitely pro-Trump, but I would say like, trying to say this nicely, a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, like a little, I guess you can say bizarre. They basically like, if I recall correctly, like a lot of the QAnon types, and I'm just gonna like I don't. I mean, if I look at like Doug Ducey, for example, he seemed like kind of just like a reasonable person. Sure, it's the reporter. Is that the same Ducey?
No, that's his brother. Yeah, his brother Peter is interesting.
I just want to say, Christian, I was at the Georgia convention this year, and we definitely ousted a couple. The committee woman for Georgia, she's been in that position for many years now, and people were very dissatisfied with her reaction time in response to what went on more intense, kind of a grassroots woman that's a bulldog, a serious bulldog. So they were definitely, that wasn't the only example, that's just one on top of the line, but they were definitely, we definitely put in delegates who were massive Trumpsters, which I guess that makes sense, but I do think the party in Georgia seems to be, to have taken some action to put people in place that are more aggressive, for Trump.
Yeah, but the problem that Georgia has, just like Arizona, we have a state legislature problem. I mean, even the state election board, because all those hearings that have now gone on national television or they've been aired in different outlets, you can see the dissension that's taking place, and there is a visible fight between the establishment versus whoever would be pro-Trump. And I
this is how we started out the conversation. State election boards are like powers unto themselves. There's nothing that any Republican or Democrat can do when they decide to clam up and hold everything back. They own everything when it comes to elections. They have all of the information. They make it very difficult to get anything out. And if somebody would like to try and rebut that, please be my guest. But we can't do shit with them in charge. Those are the people that need to be replaced if you want election integrity judges.
I mean, that's the open and shut case. I wish I just had other people that I've talked to, either around Georgia and other places, so that you all can hear this, not just me, you can hear it from others, because it's the same thing that we're experiencing here.
You've reached John. If you're looking to go out on a date and have some tasty dinners, let's go out on a date. Health, wealth, love, and peace of mind. Looking forward to taking you out on a date. All I can say. Are you looking to go out on an incredible date at an incredible restaurant? Are you looking to do sunset yoga in the sun? Well, contact me. This is John. Health, wealth, love, and peace of mind. Happiness and strength.
At that local level, and we have all across the U.S., we have like 200,000 vacancies in the GOP, just open vacancies right now. And I could go into so many other details, but even that number should alarm you. There's more than, by now, there's more than 80 million or 90 million Trump voters. Why do we have 200,000 vacancies? It just makes no sense.
blockers where you have to cross an X out all the pop-up ads and then you play your movie for free.
No, but I just looked it up. Is this the Nicolas Cage one?
No, it isn't.
I was gonna say that one had terrible Rotten Tomatoes.
No, this one is
American Future. I take it.
send the link there. Negotiate the cyber war on America's elections.
Wait, this one's on Rotten Tomatoes too, and this one has a phenomenal Rotten Tomatoes score, 96% audience, 100%.
I'll put it in the chat. So you just click on it and then keep Xing out of the pop-ups that come up. And every time you hit play, a pop-up will come up. Then it will give the pop-up will come, just X it all out. Keep going back to the first page that you did. You can also watch any movie or show that you've ever seen for free on a site like this.
It looks like it's on HBO Max too.
It is. It is. But this is a Democrat movie. This is talking about negatively about the first Bush v. Gore election, and then it's also talking about how in 2016 they're all afraid that Donald Trump is going to get elected. There's a whole bunch of Democrats talking about how insecure our election machines are. But the stuff that they do in this movie, it's a bunch of hackers. The stuff that they do is absolutely wild. They go in from the parking lot. They don't change votes necessarily. What they do is they weight the votes because these machines allow you to weight votes. So you don't go changing a whole bunch of votes. What you do is you say, okay, Kamala Harris vote is worth 1.2. The Donald Trump vote is worth 0.8. And you watch the vote totals completely flip with no trace that even happened. Nothing disappears. And then once you watch this movie, you're like, holy shit, bro. I never knew what was actually going on.
Hey, Nikki, this actually came up. What you're saying that they basically waited by the person was that happened in our elections. I remember that. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's real actually, I think.
Oh, it's 100% real. They do it right in front of them. Yeah. But it's a problem. It's on all of these machines. It's on all of these machines. I'm not for it, man. Yeah. Why can't y'all just take y'all loss like a man? You know what I'm saying? You already prepared for the excuses. Now you got this theory about the voting machines and the weights and this nonsense, man. Look, man, the people rejected them, and they're going to reject them again. Damn. How the voting machine work? No, and I don't care. Yeah, of course you don't. I don't care, man. He lost. Wait till he wins. Wait till he wins. And then you're going to be like, oh, the machines are rigged. No, I'm not. Yes, you will.
Are you saying if we watch multiple times for however long, you're not going to complain about that? You know?
I'm not going to be talking about the voting machines and stuff. Nah, I'm going to say this, man. When Bush won the first time by like 800 votes in Florida, we was pissed off. We was like, man, he stole it. But look, man, we got over there really quick. I mean, you know, the few conspiracy, like, we was like, yeah, his brother helped him and all that. There was a few conspiracy people, but we knew the second time he won fair and square. There wasn't no excuses. So it was like, why we just gonna take the hell?
I guarantee you, dollars to donuts, you did not have this name sentiment when Hillary was bitching about her loss. You could say, Hillary, take your loss like a man. Go home, try again.
No, he was like, yeah, Russia had everything to do with it.
You did
Yeah, that was all right, man. Listen to your bullshit.
second time, we took our loss like a man. When Hillary lost, we took our loss like a man. Now,
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. If we think,
No, not my president. No, you guys did. And I know that because I voted for Hillary and I cried like a little bit, just like the rest.
no, well, I'm saying, was we upset? Was we hurt? Yeah, but that's not what I mean. We didn't try to overturn it. We know we lost. We lost.
That is not true, but the day of the inauguration on Pennsylvania Avenue, you guys were having, it was like Antifa almost, you guys didn't know what to say. In Pennsylvania Avenue, during Trump's inauguration, there was cars being burned. There was police officers that were
Antifa are radical.
So you're trying to make you guys
are radical.
your champ. But you said that you took it like a champ. You guys didn't.
No, Antifa are radicals, man. They don't represent the people. They don't represent the common voter. Those are radicals. They're radical leftists. Those are not regular people. We sucked it up. We took our loss like a man.
So PhD, I do believe that Trump lost, but that doesn't mean that I'm not concerned about voter integrity. I mean, there were real issues that happened in Fulton County, and there's more information that's been coming out this year that have really opened my eyes to the concerns. And then there is definitely, we all as Americans should be concerned about what went on with Twitter and, this how suppressing information on the social feeds can actually skew an election. So, I mean, I do still believe that he lost, but that doesn't mean that that we all shouldn't be concerned about it.
Well, it's okay to be concerned, but at this point, it's more than just concerns. At this point, it's conspiracies up the wazoo, and now Elon Musk owns Twitter. What's gonna be the excuse now? I'm tired, man. I'm like, ooh, we hit him up. What's gonna be the excuse? Like, let's take your loss. He's going to lose. And when he loses, take the L like a man.
Well, there's still suppressions going on with Google and Facebook. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't like the conspiratorial side of it, but these are real issues that should be discussed and find ways to fix it, because they do influence voters. So in a way, and not only that, just suppressing voices is definitely a problem. I think all of us here should be.
I'm sorry, but wasn't Russia the excuse? Yes, it was. Did we spy on another Trump president for 2 years like the people did? PhD. Did we do everything humanly possible? Bribe people at Google and Facebook or threaten them with prosecution if they didn't put our narrative out there? You're tired? Well, maybe you should stop supporting the party that's literally the fucking Gestapo. Right. Of the last 10 years. If you're tired, you're not tired.
Would you cut the theatrics, man?
Hold on, wait. Yeah, you are looking for about a month to come out with a letter, an open letter, said that he was pressured by the Biden administration.
Yeah, he absolutely did. But they don't want to acknowledge the truth. They don't want to acknowledge the truth. Okay, man, I get it, man. We coerced, we stole it. Okay. When we win this time, we'll finally take the loss like a man. Well, y'all won't win this time. That's all I'm asking, man. I, for the sake of the conversation, yeah, we stole the election. We did all that. But now this the third time he's ran. Will you finally take the loss like a man? Well, fortunately for us, we don't have to deal with the hypotheticals because Trump will be in the office come January 2025. So there's that. Okay. And my man, why more
was the guy who was like, somebody was just on the stage. I mean, it was some real theatrics just about 10, 20 minutes ago. They were saying something is really evil in that state, Arizona. The cartel are there. And, you know, it was like, what's going on, man? So here's the thing. Here's the thing, KD. There was, you know, contrary to popular belief, there was a lot of supporting evidence that showed voter fraud, right? But people don't acknowledge it because the courts, you know, kick the you know, the hearing out based off a standard. It's not even when they lied or at the debate, they said, all the courts, you know, they reviewed the evidence and they determined it was no court ever reviewed the evidence. They did not. They threw the case out based off of standards. They never even looked at the evidence of all the documents and paperwork and affidavits that was presented. They never looked at it. Not one. There was evidence of voter fraud. They just never made it in the court because they shot the position down based off the standard. But the Dems and rhinos know that the average everyday American that the United States doesn't understand. And so they're stating that this basic lie over and over because they know the average person is not going to accept it. Okay, man, I get it, man. We stole it, man. I'm gonna just concede that, man. We the big bad left stole it. Now, 4 years later, man, we're gonna win. Like, look, Mark the Lagos is up 10 points over Kari Lake. Arizona is ours. Y'all should be shaking in y'all boots about this 10 points. This is your impression polling. We'll see what that number is in 2.5 weeks. I've been sounding the alarm about Arizona this whole time. Even outside of issues with protecting the election. The Maricopa GOP, which controls the whole state, they haven't had any specific strategy on helping to increase the number of Republican votes we get in November. They haven't done anything. They've been blocking people from getting involved. So I will not be surprised on election night. A lot of other people will be surprised. Okay, and what about Nevada? Are you surprised that Nevada? What's your take on Nevada? You think Nevada's gonna fall? Abby was up here. She's in Nevada. Abby's saying it's looking good. PhD. I don't know. Are you seeing something different? I don't know. See, if you and this is what I've been trying to tell people. If you can go to a map or one of those map generators and look at the map, Nevada is not enough electorals to really shift the election. And so when we get to election night, here's what's going to happen. They're gonna call Arizona for Kamala, and then all they'll need is just one other state, and it'll probably be Michigan or Wisconsin, but they're not even gonna call Pennsylvania. They'll just leave that totally off, and they're gonna call Arizona, and then as long as she has a sweep, which it looks like she will, on Wisconsin and Michigan, she'll have it. And if there's any problem with Trump winning North Carolina, I mean, definitely Trump will have a problem. But doesn't it help that regardless if you're saying that Nevada doesn't have really enough to make a difference, I guess is what you're saying, if Trump does grab Pennsylvania or Georgia, and then also snags in Nevada, isn't that like a good
It's only supposed to be 6, and they added in North Carolina. So let's just assume Trump keeps North Carolina. If Kamala has, which she does, which
It's hard protagonists, right? It's hard, like when you're out and about, even in New York, I'm out and about, and I don't know one person who's excited about voting for Kamala Harris, except for limited black women that I know in my life, which is only like 3 people. That's the only people I've ever seen who are excited to vote for her. Now, there are people who are going to vote Democrat, but I don't see any excitement or any movement to vote for them. But I see people that I would never think were supporting Trump or at least voting for him, and I meet them in fucking Dominican barbershops. I meet them in pizzerias. I wear a white hat that came from one of Trump's hotels that I stayed at. So it's like not the red MAGA hat, but it has his name on it. And people come up to me every single day that I wear that hat. This amazing African guy came up to me today and was like, "Hello, man. We have to do it. We have to make sure that he gets it." He had his little kid. It was amazing.
Like I've been out and about and I have people coming up to me because obviously I should say that back. I come up to them because they're wearing all their gear or whatever, and they're all just super. We did the nod, like we just knew that who we were voting for, but it's just like everywhere. You know what I mean? So like, how do we correlate that to any kind of poll? Like, it's just strange. I don't know.
Well, every single election cycle, the press does what I like to call oppression polls. They're oppressive towards Republicans. Every September, they come out with these polls that are like, "Oh, Hillary's up 8 points," or "Oh, Kamala's up 8 points," and then they don't want to look like fools. So as we get closer towards the election, those numbers tighten up to where they're either even within the margin of error, or they actually flip towards the other side, or they're 1 point for Kamala, 1 point positive for her, and then everybody forgets about it. The next election cycle, it's like I don't even look at these polls at this time of the year. You have more accurate polls 4 months ago than you do right now, because they do these on purpose. These oppression polls. It's to suck joy out of a campaign. We know Kamala's all about joy.
Just
and to pump joy into the other campaign. That's basically what it is.
Correct.
Just everybody send their votes to my house, and I'll make sure everything's fair and even. So we don't have to worry about any of this. Look,
Sounds good to me.
just send it to my house, and everybody will know the real deal. Thank
All
you.
the Democrats, please send them to my house. I'll make sure they get where they need to go.
Oh, Lord.
Circular file.
Here's a perfect example. I just put a poll in the chat. Okay, that poll says that Trump is up 5 points. One poll has it 5, the other has it 6. Both is ran by Quinnipiac poll. We all know Trump is up 6 points in Georgia. So I mean that's what I'm talking about. Is a lot of the polls that you've seen over the past few months are totally wrong. And as we get closer to election day, they're going to keep moving the polls towards Kamala because if you think about it, that's the way they're going to do it in those counties where a bunch of the vote is going to decide the election.
We could send a prayer chain up to heaven and have God keep it for us. Let him be the decision maker. He won't ever steer us wrong. Love y'all.
Thanks. Christian, I don't know. I'm not seeing that in the 2015 election, the 2020 midterm. Every September, usually it's at the beginning of September, the polls start by 7-8 points to Kamala. This is a little different because she wasn't in the race the whole time. But usually that's what happens. In September, there's some polls that make it seem like, holy shit, he's never going to win. And then when it gets closer towards the end of October, the polls start getting more realistic. Like it's a toss-up in this state, or Trump's up by 2, or whatever it is. But that's what I've seen for the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, it could be doing that, but it could just be doing it in the other direction. They made all the polls look like Trump was winning. Then all of a sudden, the new queen comes in. Oh, all these voters are now switching because Joe Biden is out. That's what they've been selling to the public. And I've just been sitting back and like, okay, look, all these people that are saying, I remember one poll showed Trump was up 10 points in Arizona a month or 2 ago. And I just sat back and I'm like, give me a break. Trump is not up 10 points. No way. Well, a general election poll? Hell no.
Right before they switched and right after, so it really matters if it's 1 month or 2. But right before they switched, right after Joe Biden's performance of the debate, he was down 10 and 12 points in a lot of key states. So I don't know when you saw a poll, but it makes a difference when you actually saw it. And I think that happened in what, June?
Yeah, I mean
Y'all did Joe Biden bad. Y'all was defending this man the whole 4 years, talking about he was competent and he was capable, and y'all know, man, y'all did that man bad. Did y'all see the recent press conference when he came out and said Kamala was in support of all of his decisions, all of the laws and stuff that was passed under his administration? Did y'all recently see that?
Yeah, the White House, right?
Yeah.
Press conference thing.
Yeah. Honestly, I think right now Joe Biden is bitter. He don't like what y'all did to him. He don't like that y'all pushed him out. I don't think he really liked Kamala, to be quite frankly. And I believe that he's going to the poll to vote for Trump. And he's gonna wear his MAGA hat when he go do it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Hell yeah.
Matt, remember 2-3 years ago when I was saying that Jill Biden is the worst person in America? Because she put Joe out there. I was saying this 2.5 years ago, like screaming from the rooftops because it was so disgusting to me that she would do that. And then what do we find out? That's exactly what happened. She's running a cabinet meeting. She pushed her husband who was sick out into the spotlight because she wanted to be first lady. What a piece of shit. What a terrible person.
And something makes me, sorry, Matt.
Yes, go.
Thanks. Something makes me feel as though Kamala is an alcoholic or something's going on with her. Either she's hooked on some type of prescription medication or an alcoholic. If you look at her and look at how she communicates, she'll just start laughing. She talks in circles. She's not clear as what, if you ask her a question, she speaks surrounded. And everything that she blames Trump for is what she does. Like, she'll say, there's going to be a lot of lies here. Or, first of all, why don't you, let's put this into perspective. Or, it's so weird. I don't even like listening to her because I know she's full of shit. So, anyway, how do you guys feel about
I feel like you're absolute
Owens is got it.
bullshit.
Oh, sorry. Is that you, Matt? Sorry.
No, that wasn't me. Go ahead. But yeah, I know you're speaking on Candace Owens. Yeah, Candace Owens is exposing her.
Yeah, Candace Owens is definitely exposing her big time. She's like episodes, 67 or something like that, about where her family really is, who she really is. Because she's lying about she's lying about so much. And just if you go on Just check it out. That's all I gotta say. Because there's a lot of.
Yeah, I saw it, Wendy, and she lied about her grandmother. That person in the picture with her is not her grandmother. She lied. She lies. She's just pulling the fucking wool over everyone's eyes here in America.
So why
For
would
what?
liar?
Yeah.
Why
would we want a liar to be the commander of chief for our country?
Right, exactly. There's no room for liars. No room at all whatsoever for liars.
Trump's a liar. He lies about his crowd sizes. He's a liar. There's a difference between liars, okay? There's people like Trump, he exaggerates, he says shit, he says his crowd size is the greatest ever. Is it different? But the rest of him is completely hard on his sleeve. You might not like it, and it might not even be politically expedient a lot of the time what he said. But he's saying what he thinks. I don't think anyone even speaks.
He gets the job done. Whoever just said that, at least he has all the policies in play and knows how to run the country. All right, he's got a backbone. Unlike Kamala, whatever you want to call her.
Yeah.
Just said, we already know what Trump can do, and he needs to come back to finish what he's doing and turn everything back the way he had it. Because we were fine then. At least I was. I mean, I wasn't healthy, but that's not my, as far as the American people, we were all fine.
You know what's crazy, Wendy? Because a lot of people share that same sentiment, which is why I want to ask this question to PhD or any Kamala supporters, like, or not even the fact that you're a Kamala supporter, just the fact that you don't like Trump, that you hate Trump. I really want to know, from 2016 to 2020, while Trump was in office, what did he do so fucked up, in your opinion? Like, how did he hurt the economy? How did he negatively impact you? What laws did he put in place that, did something to black people? I'm just curious. What was so bad about his 4 years in office that they throwing the fear mongering and the boogeyman that, if Trump get in office, it's going to be the worst thing that happened to America, but he literally just got out of office and America was thriving. So I want to know from what exactly did Trump do so horrible in his 4 years, as chief and commander-in-chief?
Yeah, and what they do is they blame Trump for everything, Kamala and Walz. Whenever they get, backed up against the wall and they don't know what to say, then they freaking blame him for everything. They tried to kill this man. They tried to take away all of his assets. They want to put him in jail. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's so disheartening, this whole situation is. And thank God that Trump has Vance to support him, because Vance is amazing. I love him. He's smart. He's intelligent. He gets his point across. He tells you exactly what's going on. He even told everybody that Kamala made a CBP-1 application for the immigrants to be able to communicate with them and give them funds. And they didn't want him to say that. And those moderators fact-checked him. And guess what? He fact-checked the moderators. And they weren't supposed to do that. So, yeah, I think this whole thing is nefarious. And, I hope, like Trump said, he's going to drain the swamp, and that's exactly what he's doing.
I hope they drain Nancy along with it, because she's the worst of them all. That and Chuck Schumer. Can't stand either one of them.
Exactly. And like I said, I love Vance. What do you guys think about Vance? I think he's wonderful.
Love him.
Love him. I'm so proud of him.
They're a little miniature Trump.
Exactly. And he's Trump with a better, how can I put it? He's more loquacious with it. He has a smooth edge.
A better veneer.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
I didn't mean to say a little baby Trump. He's a big baby Trump, because he is built.
Yeah. On the other hand,
So Vance is actually a great complimentary piece for Trump, right? Because he is like total opposite. He is that politician, right? That people look for, or they discredit Trump for being, right? Because Trump is authentically who he is. He's not like normal politician we're used to seeing that just dress the part, say what you want to say what you want them to hear, and then get in office and do what they want to do, right? Trump he's raw, he's uncut, he's unfiltered, he says what's on his mind. He doesn't speak like he comes from some Ivy League school, right? He speaks like a regular common guy, and Vance is more polished. He's showing, and that's what I like about the debate, because he showed the bipartisanship by constantly, acknowledging some points that he agreed with Waltz, right? And a lot of people was giving criticism for that, and I'm like, nah, you gotta understand the play here. What he's doing right now is very good, because for the people that think that there would be no bipartisanship going on, like, he exemplifies that, right? Because he acknowledges, where Waltz has some points at, but then he also stayed firm on supporting Trump and every attack that they was trying to come at him with, and trying to make him discredit Trump, and he stood his ground and supported Trump in all those positions. So I think he's a great complimentary piece, and I think he actually pushed the needle a little further with that debate, because he killed Waltz, in my opinion.
I agree with you. I agree.
And yeah, I really think that, Vance is really for all of the folks who are outside of MAGA, all the folks that are just going to vote for the first time, or they only vote like once every 4 years, or some of them even once every 8 years. That's who Vance is really for. And, I'm just pretty much just, if somehow Trump gets in, then I'm just going to withhold my judgment on Vance until I really see him in action, as a VP.
He actually introduced himself during the debate. He said, I understand that you guys don't know anything about either one of us, so let me introduce myself and let me tell you what I'm about. I think he's very transparent, and I'm just proud of him, like, basically. And I love the fact that he doesn't take any shit. What he's going to do is, if the moderators fact check him, he'll come back and fact check them and tell them, no, look, I have to say this, and this is what's going on. That's when he came out with the CBP one application that you could basically download anybody. And the crazy thing is, you don't have to have an ID, and they don't even know who these people are that's coming over, who's getting money with our tax dollars. They're getting $4,000 or $5,000 a month. They're getting money on a food stamp card, or some type of, I don't know what it's called, a EBT card or something. And we're paying for it, the American people. And then Kamala says that she's going to come out with, giving everybody $25,000 towards buying a home. How the hell is she going to do that, where we don't even have money to pay the people that got displaced in the hurricane? They got affected by a hurricane in Florida that happened last week. There's no money in FEMA to help, and she gave them $700, and you're giving illegal immigrants like thousands of dollars, $4,000 or $5,000. I mean, I'm really pissed off about that. How do you guys?
Yeah, I mean, that's been going on for years, and I'm just kind of like, the rhinos will never vote to actually follow through on what the base wants, and they just get away with it all the time. So I just don't. I mean, some people get upset with it, but to me, I'm just like, it's not really going to matter, because the rhinos are never going to vote how we want them to vote, to
gaslighted by other people who don't think the same that they do. If I want to vote for freaking Mickey Mouse, that's my business. Not unless you're going to pay my mortgage, which is $2,500 a month. Okay, so everyone's an adult. You know, I respect everyone's opinions. I respect, people who are voting Democratic, or I respect their opinion. But I just kind of want to know, what is the purpose? Why are you voting for this woman? Look at, like, she's pulling the wool over everyone's eyes as we speak. It's just crazy.
She's not really doing that. She's just vapid and lacks content and lacks. She's just lacking. I don't think she's trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. I think the Democratic Party and the media and the Trump, even the Trump, never Trumpers and the Lincoln Project people, they're pulling the wool over people's eyes. I think Kamala is just lost out there in the sauce. I think she's trying.
Yeah, and all the celebrities that back her up. She's allocating $5 million. I think it's $5 million for her campaigns.
January 6th, let me just say something. He had nothing to do with all that stuff that happened in the Capitol. Period. He said, if I got to remind your brain there, that he said, in peace, protest in peace. He didn't even tell them to do anything. Period. So I get so tired of people bringing up January 6th.
Exactly.
Anybody that brings that up, it just makes me so mad because that's a lie. Liar.
So responsible. I haven't given up, but I am acknowledging that as long as we are not controlling the party at the local level, that it really doesn't. Outside of Trump, it really doesn't matter who gets in, because we are not picking the candidates right at the primary, and then when the rhinos try to run for re-election, we're just letting them into it. Can't do that, Rita. You just go straight into it. That's people.
Straight in, no kissing.
Your wife's like the night doctor. It's true.
Yeah, look at his wife after you.
Yeah, she's a wife. Is your dear? Sorry. Listen to Ramon here. Ramon, you don't vote for white men, right? No, I do. But that 15%, they're controlling who gets to be the candidates and who ultimately gets all of the resources when they get to the general election. So by the time we all vote, we're only voting on who those committeemen allow out of the primary, and who was that person that they wanted to be the nominee for the general election ballot. So that process is over now. You still there? Knock yourself off and deal with that after this election. And then just you're breaking up. You still there?
Maybe the Matrix, Ricky. I said you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And all I'm saying is that part of the process is over now for this election. You gotta just dust yourself off.
And Fowlerman Putin would love for Kamala to be president.
Hold on, sis. So what I'm saying is, let's say for example, if Trump wins, okay, so we're going to be at the beginning in And even from a Senate perspective, even if we flip the Senate, we're not going to be in position because we still have quite a few, more than a handful of rhinos. That's the problem.
Yeah, I was just gonna say earlier, I was worried about Trump and stuff like that. I think everything's went well today, and so yeah, I'm still worried about the man. He's doing good, thank God, and I think he's gonna be president. I really do. There's a reason why God kept him alive twice, so I think we got this, man. But we still gotta get out there and vote. So don't get complacent, everybody. All right, I agree with you, sir. But Christian, let me just respond to what you said. We got set back to zero, right? This should have been an 8-year term where we got rid of Paul Ryan. We slowly replaced the characters that were within the Republican Party, that are the people that you're talking about. That's what should have happened. That didn't happen. Right? Paul Ryan did everything that he could in conjunction with that fat, ugly bitch Ron Romney McDaniels, making it impossible for America First candidates to move forward in the Republican Party. That happened. But now, what you're worried about, if Trump does win this election, that is the stamp on the entire process that says, okay, you'll see those rhinos. They're not going to change who they are, but you'll see them start to play ball immediately. So I think you're being a little negative on what I believe will be. We won't do exactly what we want. Those people won't change who they are, but they will get in line just like everybody else and have to do what's necessary to keep their seat. That's what I agree.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that they will do the same thing they did in 2017 and 2018. And then they'll definitely even do things to try and sabotage the process. So that's what I'm seeing. And the rhinos have even said they're waiting for Trump to go away. That's what they've said.
But that's the point. They're going to realize they thought that this was a fad. That's why Paul Ryan did what he did. He thought that this would all be over and he'd go back to being a fat bloated warmonger. Just like Liz Cheney. She made a choice, she took a risk, she lost. Right? At some point, and I think January 21st will be that point where he's getting sworn in and these people are going to have to seriously gut check themselves and play ball. And I know there'll be a few stragglers, but I do not think we're going to see anything like we saw in 2017 and 2018. Trump had nobody at that point, nobody that he could trust. He was hanging on to things that Paul Ryan advised him to do at that point. That's not going to happen this time. And he's not going away, even if he's not there. This has nothing to do with Trump at this point.
Well,
this is the way people.
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying. I don't see the evidence that shows that. And as I said earlier, when I start talking to people inside the party, and I'm hearing some of the same things that are happening in our state, happen in other states, and then I just look at when I hear Trump in one of his rally speeches go after Brian Kemp, that tells me that we got real problems still inside the party, and it's going to show up in the election results. We might not see it now, but it's going to show itself.
Christian, I'm trying to understand, you're not a rhino, are you?
No, I'm not a rhino. I mean, if I was a rhino, I wouldn't have been expelled out of the party.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have had every rhino in the ACGOP work to expel me out of the party. The only
communicate. But I'm just saying it might be clouding your judgment a little bit. Not that what you're saying is untrue. It's just the way that you're giving it.
I didn't mean to make a derogatory comment. I was actually just being honest. I didn't know if at this point, not what you've done in the past and how they treated you. Now I just didn't know if maybe that you decided to settle it as a writer. That's all my question. That's all I'm asking.
No, I haven't settled in.
Wait, what did you say that made that asked a question before? Christian, what did you say that
Just very
negative
negative about what?
about MAGA.
Yeah, there's a joke.
Christian, you don't support Trump?
That's not, no, I mean, again, people interpret it that way, and they're only interpreting it that way because they're not on the inside, and they don't see all the inner workings that happen. And then, also, I'm seeing it even outside of my state. I'm seeing the same playbook over and over and over. So it's not just me in my own state. Margot, she's been on both platforms, Clubhouse and X. She talks about the NCGOP every single morning.
Are you talking about
Say that again?
a punch bowl?
Yeah.
That's Amber.
Margot's. Yeah.
You don't think maybe you're a little personally hurt, and so you're giving things weight, like a 90% weight when maybe they're like a 40% weight? You don't think there's a possibility that, because you're not lying, what you're saying is true, but the conclusions might be a little.
No, I don't think so. Given what occurred in 2020 and in 2022, no. I could point in so many different directions and see the same exact pattern and the same exact events happening in one state or one county, and I point all the way across the country, boom, see the exact same thing. Or I get a phone call from somebody in another state or county, same exact thing. So, and even when I was expelled out of the party, they were sending me, articles or press releases of other people being expelled of other Trump committeemen being expelled out of the party. So, I don't think so. Not at all.
Even the media can play a big part of this. I'm just saying that.
I don't think so, because it's more so, what I'm talking about right now is just dealing with our own party at the precinct level, at the county level, the GOP county chairs, the state GOP chairs, the executive boards inside the party. Then let's look at the voter outreach. Okay, what have we seen inside of the GOP in the most important counties that are going to decide the election? There's no strategy in Fulton County. There's no strategy in Milwaukee County. Nothing happening in Wayne County. What I do see is I see that the GOP is working outside the most important counties. But I'm just like, how are you? You're not going to win the election just by only working outside of all the other counties and not do any work in the most important counties. I just don't see that. I don't see real activity happening on the ground. And when I talk to people who are in the party, they don't see it either.
That's because they're hiding it. They've been hiding it. They're doing it out of reach. I mean, it's getting to us
party, so they know what's happening. Just like I have 300 committeemen spread throughout the whole county. I can call any district. I can call even folks outside of the county and ask them what's happening. So the same way I have that, there are folks who are in their own state and they know what's happening inside their own party because they have a monthly meeting. All of the counties come together and they meet. They have a phone call or a Zoom call, or they have a room like one of these, a private room. So it's not like it's all secretive. If things are happening, that information would be known.
It's hard to say, to be honest with you. I mean, just look, I don't know, you just sound a little too negative, in my opinion, from the last time we spoke, which was when the election was stolen.
Yeah.
You're here, it's different spirits.
Yeah, I mean, that's how people would interpret that, but like I said, I've been inside the whole party, so I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. All the way down to the GOP doing basic things to grow the party, basic things to make sure we have coverage in empty spots in the party, vacancies.
Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
I do have a couple of questions. Christian, just kind of, doing a Google search and kind of looking at the background and whatnot. Can you maybe explain to me how you actually got, expelled? That's kind of one of the tops. I mean, maybe do you want to walk us through that?
It's really simple. If you have a majority of rhinos in a committee and they all get together and have a vote on no matter what that may be, those rhinos will have the vote to expel any member out of the committee through Robert's Rules of Order, which is just basic parliamentary procedure.
Got it. So what specifically were the grievances behind that? That enacting that procedure?
Because I wouldn't stop talking about the stolen elections. Because I wouldn't stop signing up new Trump precinct committeemen. Because I wouldn't stop saying that we need to hold the legislature accountable, or that we need to hold Republicans accountable for not protecting the election. That's why they expelled me out of the party.
Got it. I just wanted to kind of add some context. I'm actually sitting here with my barber getting my hair done, and we both just kind of had some questions as to what was the specific reason as to why there was an expulsion, and how exactly does that what exactly is your future in the Arizona Republican Party?
I've been expelled, and the rhinos are the majority of the committeemen inside the party. You have 15 counties in Arizona. Each county has a GOP. In the Maricopa GOP, you have over 8,000 committeeman seats. Only 50% of those committeeman seats are filled. Of the 4,000 existing committeemen, 80 or 90% of that 4,000 are rhinos.
Christian, how much is the MAGA or your America First people would you say was the percentage? Were you the only one that got expelled? I guess that's my question.
Yes, I was the only one expelled. Correct.
Damn.
So yeah, I was curious. There wasn't any other MAGA agitate people at all?
No, because remember, and you can go and look at my website and see all of this. I was signing up new Trump precinct committeemen across the entire state, even outside Maricopa County. So just imagine, if you've got 20 districts in one county. Maricopa is a huge county. It's the largest Republican county in the United States. There's at least 1.5 million Trump voters inside of Maricopa County, but they're not involved inside of the political party. And so I'm going into each district and I'm signing up new Trump PCs that believe the elections were stolen, that want to get rid of rhinos, that want to protect the elections. The rhinos didn't want that. And you have to also remember, I also picked out 3 elected rhinos out of the state legislature. These were elected Republicans in the state legislature that had seats. And because of the things that I was doing on the ground, we got them out of office. But that only happened because of me. And so the rhinos got rid of me so that it would stop the rhinos from being kicked out of office and out of the party and losing their seats and losing their positioning inside the party.
Got it. Thank you for the answer.
Man, sometimes you gotta do things that hurt, man, but are for the greater good. I had to do something like that, kind of similar, I guess, in my old community. There was a guy, it wasn't political, but he was changing the river, and a lot of the community was protecting him, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't stand, even though I liked the guy, I couldn't stand to see him change the river. Over here in Montana, he was this big, rich rancher, and so I had to talk to the game warden. The Army Corps of Engineers made him change it back, and he got a big fine. And it made me unpopular to some people in my community, but other people praised me for it, and I didn't give a fuck. I cared about my environment, apparently conservative Republicans don't give a fuck about the environment, but I did it for the greater good. And what you did, man, is kind of similar to, it probably hurts what you did. That you probably lost some friends and kicked out of this whole thing, but what you did, man, did it for the greater good, and that's valiant. So I think you can sleep at night knowing that, dude, and I'm proud of you for that, for real.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I said that in the video on the night that they had the expulsion vote. It's on my website and it's on my Twitter X account. That video has over 10 million views. I did a couple of radio. I did about maybe 3 radio interviews, 2 national radio interviews, and then I did 8 different interviews on other different shows. And I talked about it all in depth about all the things that happened. But in my video, I mentioned that I said to the rhinos that night, I said, if you need to have a vote to expel me out of the party because I won't stop talking about the election being stolen, have the vote. Vote right now. And they did.
Well, you're a patriot, and you'll be rewarded for this, man. Trust me. In the afterlife, and even you're a real patriot, man. And that's what it takes. It takes people with balls, and maybe not a popular thing to do what you did, bro. So good for you.
Stop this, man. Now stop this. Now stop. The man was going around talking about the election was stolen. The election was not stolen, man. And I don't know the person.
Yeah, the election was stolen.
It's not nothing personal. The election wasn't stolen, man. Take your loss like a man. And the fact that he's continuing to talk about the election as being stolen, it's insane. It's beyond the normal thinking person. We know it's not going. Let me ask you something real quickly, honestly, man. If we flip the script here and say you had a candidate that you were really vying for, but the media was overwhelmingly negative on this person that you were going for, we're talking 90%, 95%, 99%, trying to kill this person. What, dude, just that alone. It doesn't have to be, the media doesn't have to like the candidates. They can go get it. Yes, but we should be able to have fair and impartial, news and media, man. Like that's the way, like the Walter Cronkite days and back in the days, man, when the media didn't have, a stake in the game. They just had to, say, there wasn't so much media bias. It does affect people. They don't think deeply, man. I got people I live with where they don't even know why they hate Trump. They just know they hate him. And that's the thing that sucks is when you got 8 years of the media convincing and telling these people that Donald Trump is just the devil incarnate, they start to fucking believe in that shit, man. It's not a fair process. Here's the thing, Creekside. Why are y'all like in denial? Like, you know what I always tell people? It's funny that, like, when it comes to historic things, the Civil War, whatever, I kind of don't know what happened. I just kind of read and go off what other people tell me. But everything Trump did, I was there. I heard it with my own ears. So the media didn't. It wasn't the media that made him say all of this nonsense. Our ears heard it. So it's like, do y'all understand this? That his own mouth got him in his trouble. Do y'all understand that? When you got 90% of the media, 95% of the media, the guy has got to, I didn't like it at first either, man, but he's got to defend himself and be kind of arrogant and remind people of all of these things that he has accomplished, because the media is not going to fucking stick up for him and tell anybody what he's done for this country. So that's why Trump's always got to say what he's done, and that's why he's always got to have something like that. I'm not talking about that either, Todd. I'm talking about this. Okay, I hate to look. I don't like Bush, and I didn't like McCain, and I didn't like Reagan, but this guy said things that are just outrageous, and y'all are acting like, why are you picking on him? Like he's just a little old lady walking to the grocery store.
Does that mean the government should spy on him?
No, that's not what
happened. Have you ever looked up Crossfire Hurricane?
No, that's not. But that's not what.
That's how it all started. It's part of it. That's how it all started. By the U.S. government, the FBI, and the CIA spying on him.
Doesn't like him
illegally.
Wow. That's why millions of people don't like him, and y'all are not indoctrinated in his own mouth. This is what we want.
It's so funny. It's so funny how conservatives are conspiracy theorists only when it fits their narrative.
This is a matrix.
And so to say,
not conspiracy theory.
Hold on, bro. To say Trump is meeting the operation. Crazy.
He's trying to say it's conspiracy.
We have studies engaging their studies on your friends.
I will talk about it.
Sure.
I understand what the conspiracy theory about media. The media doesn't like him. I don't think nobody likes him.
Who likes her? Does anyone like her? She was the most unlikable vice president, in our history, right? The numbers on.
Okay, and that's fair. Fair point. He was pretty good. Is my only thing is why y'all acting like that the media caused us to not like him when he said all of these y'all just not y'all. Maybe y'all didn't hear when he said these things.
Well, maybe you think they're bad, but some of us don't think they're bad. It's how you're looking at the world doesn't mean we look at the world the same way.
Yo, pro-Trump YouTube channels get the most bump in the algorithm. To say Trump is hating is insane.
Alright. But are y'all willing to look at how other media, the corporate media thing too?
I'm willing to look at the dumbass things she said.
YouTube is corporate.
Like the dumbest things out there.
Pro-Trump YouTube channels get censored and unmonetized every day.
No, they do
Yes,
not.
they do.
Oh, yo, you know, there are black people.
Steven Crowder,
There are
Laura Loomer. I can go for an hour.
niggas know if you start a black conservative page in 2 years, you gonna be out of power.
Well, you didn't say anything about niggas. You talk about pro-Trump conservative pages.
Pro-Trump, black conservative pages, pro-Trump.
Dude, okay, that's because Google is, listen, even because if you're black, man, or a woman, they do push you. I'm sorry but to say, but if you're a white conservative, a Republican on
Candace Owens has been,
Same for white conservatives, but
Laura Loomer,
put it into the algorithm.
hardcore, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, dude, that's crazy. I used to be a YouTuber, man. No more respects. Like, I had a few videos of me shooting my AR-15, and fucking my videos dropped hardcore. Like, if you have guns or if you're talking about Trump, it's a problem. Okay, and that used to be a real big thing, and it still is. I don't know if you heard of Stephen or Mark Dice or Steven Crowder or any of those guys, man. Like, it's a real fucking problem. They've been demonetized. Most of these conservatives have got to be funded by outside sources, man, because they've been demonetized and blacklisted on all of these YouTube sites. Like, what are you talking
well,
about?
it's a good thing that Twitter now has Twitter TV, so they can no longer push money through YouTube and all of these channels that are trying to censor them, right? So
Yo, is Alex Jones self-funded?
I got it. Mr. Grove. Why is everybody, Mr. Grove, would you admit Mr. Trump has said a lot of inflammatory and insensitive things over the last 8 to 9 years? Would you admit that?
oh, of course, he's an asshole.
Okay, so it's not the media that's caused us not to like him. It's his own mouth.
When did we become pussies? Like, have we not listened to half the things that our neighbors and community members say? Are we serious? So this is where I get mad, PhD. I'm gonna be honest with you, friend. Okay, I can agree that this man says the most crazy, atrocious things, and that we put him in a different box because he holds the title of President of the United States. Half the time when he was speaking during his first 4 years, I was terrified to open what was then called Twitter. Okay, I think I was losing hair. Okay, I'll admit, I think I had my first gray hair then. However, I hear more insane things. I'm a military wife and a military kid. I'm also a black woman. And yeah, I've heard way worse things from my white friends, from my Hispanic friends, from my black family, and from my wonderful soldiers, whether they be in green, blue, white, doesn't matter. I'm just trying to figure out when America became such a pussy and got mad. That's kind of where I'm confused. Why are we so sensitive?
Yeah, this
You know what I'm sick and tired of these people crying about, oh, he said some bad things. Oh, he's
Exactly.
Well, cry me a river. Okay, there's a reason why this man got elected. There's a reason, okay, because he wasn't afraid to speak his mind and actually tell the American people what's really going on, what this establishment has been doing all these years. So sit here and cry. He says no one gives a fuck. Talk about his policies. Talk about his policies.
Trump has done some amazing things while he was president of the United States. Can we both find middle ground?
It's not a making thing, no. You understand what it is?
Wait a minute.
You would have to look at things. I'm just not sure of that. PhD, here's the thing I don't like about the microscope thing, man. My buddy said some fucking locker room stuff to me personally. Back when the whole grab her by the pussy thing, the Democrats have been trying to, demonize this man for being a human for years, man. So the whole grab me by the pussy thing, my buddy Sam, who has said shit like this way worse, because we grew up together. He goes, man, I can't believe, he goes, grab her by the pussy, man. I'm like, Sam, what the? We've talked about shit like that, dude. He's like, yeah, but, he's a president, like this microscope that they're putting on this man is a little bit unfucking fair, dude.
Well, criticize
Bill Clinton stopped underneath the fucking, the desk, and I'm pretty sure the Democrats and the black people were totally fine with that. You know what I mean?
I'm fine if Kamala was screwing a man that was 2.5 times her age. Who cares? I don't care what Kamala Harris does. I don't care who she bangs. I don't care that she's married to a white man, just like I am, but she claims that white people are horrible. Just want to throw that one out there. But, to each their own. If he likes that race baiting shit, he can have it. Anyways, my whole point, do not interrupt me or I'm going to drop you. Thank you. My whole point is this. We as Republicans, this is a lesson to be learned. We really did enjoy going, oh my God, she was with a married man. She was banging an older guy. She was a hoe. She's a hoe for the streets. We cannot have that conversation while not being mad that liberals are saying that he said grab her by the pussy. I can at least say, I don't care what y'all do in your personal lives. As long as you're not committing crimes and you're not affiliated with terrorists, if you decide to run for government and you've got a great track record and you know how to make America strong and to have our adversaries fear us and they become our bitches, let's go. So what are we talking about?
Hey, listen, that's one thing. I was going to say, one thing I respect Kamala about is that woman has fucked and sucked her way to the top. You got to respect her for that, let's be real.
I'm talking about what about food? What about gas? What about rent? What about all these things that Trump was able to do for us and so we can afford to go out to dinner with our families. We can afford to go to the movies if we want to go to movies. We can afford to meet with our families out and do things and go on vacations. We don't do nothing, zero. It's getting worse. I'm afraid to even go out of my house because I'm afraid I'm going to get shot. There's so much crime. They've got all these illegal immigrants through the borders. I don't trust even stepping out of my front door anymore. When Trump was in office, I could leave my front door wide and open, and I could just be me and not be afraid. Okay? So that's that.
Can I ask a question? Somebody said up here Trump did some really awesome things, like really great things. I don't know who that was, but I had a question for the person that made that statement. I'm curious if, like, for instance, right, knowing that thousands of children were, like, separated from their parents under his zero tolerance policy, if you knew that those children were white, would you still feel like he's done some awesome things? Especially knowing, like, today is thousands of kids that's still not reunited with their parents, like 7 years later. I'm curious.
So this is funny. So are we going to give the same shit to Obama, who actually Trump followed the policy with? So here's my thing. If you're an illegal and you decide to come to the United States illegally with your child and you're separated, you're at fault. This is my country. I don't know who you are. And now you put a strain on my country and my people where they're starving suffering. We have Black people who are dealing with trying to get out of the crack epidemic. We have people trying to go through education without being gouged. We've got people veterans that we're trying to not have killed themselves because we're trying to put into the proper systems of having them reintegrate into the military because less than 10% of them are officers. So do I think that the system is shitty and that we don't have the proper things put into play? Yes. Do I think that almost all presidents that have been put into play that have allowed this situation to happen, starting with Obama, by the way, it sucks. But you want to come to America illegally, not go through the process with your child, now we have to separate you because we don't know who the hell you are, you're the asshole. America first.
Yo, somebody mentioned not being able to afford basic necessities. I got a question. Why you made that noise? Come on now. I'm in good faith. I got a question.
You promise? Good faith?
Yeah, I promise.
Okay.
So is it up to a certain party whether or not wages match up to the rising levels of inflation that's been going on for the past how many years? 60, 30, 40, 50?
Is it up to our party to ensure that Americans are able to live comfortably within their country with opportunity? Absolutely. There's a way to do it without socialism.
So we've had decades of the same problem, and it's never been fixed by either party. So
I agree with that. I agree.
There's no argument there.
There's no argument there. Now, am I able to highlight that there has been Here's Bush. I thought, listen, I'm a Republican. I thought Bush was fantastic. Aside from the fact, I'm sorry, Clinton. Forgive me, wrong person. Clinton. I thought Clinton was amazing. What Clinton did for America. Sorry, I know. What Clinton, besides getting getting caught and poor Hillary, she didn't do her job as a wife. Shame on her. But Clinton was amazing. Clinton was the first president to get, 90% of Americans off of welfare, the highest level of unemployment prior to Donald Trump. At least that's what I have to actually go back and see which one was higher, because I actually don't know. Clinton was fantastic. Clinton did it, in all fairness. But then, of course, we had 9/11 and the world completely changed after Clinton. So we're kind of in a different world since Clinton. But no, I agree. Our parties, I think, since Clinton have shit the bucket with giving America an opportunity to be happy and to have a livable wage across the board.
No, is that done on purpose? Because capitalism thrives feeding off of lower levels.
I'm not the person that pulls the president's strings. I have no idea. Can I speculate? Do I think that that's done on purpose? Okay. Can I speculate if that's done on purpose? It seems that way across the board. Sure, but then I have to put my tinfoil hat on. And I don't know if we want to go down that rabbit hole.
I wouldn't say you have to put your tinfoil hat on. I think you can see it. I think you're smart enough to understand.
Well, like about Clinton, by the way, I was going to say is that he sold out a lot of our military secrets and tagged to China.
My key word was domestic. When it came to our domestic, I never said foreign. I agree with you. I was just speaking the American people on a domestic level was like the best noted in American history.
And listen, I grew up in the 90s as a little kid, but I was born in 1990. It was some of the best times ever, even though I was only 4. It was a good time, though, definitely. But Soviet Union just broke up, it was just a great circumstance, I think, for the man,
Yeah, Gorbachev pulled down the wall. We got the horrible announcement that Reagan was getting Alzheimer's, and he asked for the nation to pray for Nancy. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It was fantastic.
Yeah, really good circumstances that he was able to get. He was, I hate to say this stuff because I hear this from Democrats, but he really did benefit from a good era, we after kind of the Reagan thing, and and I think that he did benefit a lot, but Clinton did have some good things. But yeah,
which now I realize in hindsight was definitely just, a big fucking scheme to enrich a bunch of politicians and military corporations, Same with Afghanistan. We kind of went to hell ever since we kind of got involved there, I believe, so.
Does anybody else, I used to be like the person who was like always trying to make common ground, like we need to listen to our opposition, for multiple reasons. One, strategically, it's better to know what they're thinking. Two, I just felt like, these are Americans. But like, over the last 4 years with Joe Biden as president, saying that he's been really patient with us and we're going to have a winter of death and destruction. If you recall that MAGA Republicans, not Donald Trump, but MAGA Republicans, the people, were the most dangerous thing in this country. After 4 years of that, like, I'm looking forward to imprisoning a lot of the progressives and the people who have been gaslighting us for all these years. Like, I'm kind of joking, but I kind of would like to imprison most of you for at least a month or two, just so you know how it feels. And I'm probably not going to do that. I'm probably not going to push for it, but I just want to be honest.
Easy, Greg. Easy.
Yeah, you're walking a fine line there, doctor.
I kind of want to put the majority of you in internment camps, just saying, respectfully.
I actually used to advocate just jokingly to my liberal buddies, just because I met a bunch of them and they just started getting used to me and they didn't know if I was serious or not. It was before Trump got elected, but I was like, yeah, when Trump gets elected, we're going to have Trump stops. And they were like, what are Trump stops? Like, well, they're kind of like truck stops. We're just going to be roadblocks in the road and we're going to check who you are. And if you're liberal, we're just going to beat the hell out of your leg and then send you on your way, I was just joking.
You with Clubhouse and check.
Yeah. Are you liberal?
The caucasity of it.
Oh, yes, I'm a master of caucasity.
But yeah, it just scared the shit out, because they knew I was joking kind of, but, just, because, like, they really think, some people, they honestly think we're Nazis, I think, or I don't think they believe that, but they're really buying into this bullshit that us MAGA people, some of us are,
Well, Craig, let's present a question to the stage. Maybe they don't think we are. I don't know. Does anybody here think we're a cult or a Nazi group?
I hear a lot of MAGA people say,
I do. Go ahead,
No. I fuck with y'all, bro. But I'm saying, I hear a lot of MAGA people, when they bring up their argument for Trump, it's more about his character and how they're so infatuated with, he's such a stand-up guy. He says outlandish things, but he doesn't really expose things past a surface level about the government, so it's funny. But I wanted to hear what policies y'all actually agree with that he's going to enforce. I'm just like,
So, you mean with Project 47 in particular?
Yep.
Energy
policies, definitely. I mean, we got a shitload of oil in the Bakken oil field in North Dakota, and an even larger one that's even deeper under the Bakken oil field that goes all the way to the base of the Rockies in Montana. So it's absolutely huge.
My biggest one, RR, that's going to really help all communities, particularly the upcoming generation, is the massive increase on tariffs that he's going to put on other countries, particularly countries like Russia, China. That is going to then, or even trade deals that will then take place with Canada. That's what actually allows us to trade and lower costs for building houses. So I really am a big fan of Project 47 in regards to lowering the house costs and also not throwing up a bunch of printer homes, but actually quality size homes on half acres. So what he'll increase certain tariffs with Canada, which is a predominant where a lot of our wood comes from, China, China, which is where a lot of our material comes from. They'll increase those tariffs, which then reduce our costs so that our kids, I'm not sure how old you are, I'm not sure if you're a homeowner, but but it actually puts you in a possibility, depending on the state that you live in, to buy a home for $200,000, which is where it was, right? In 17, 18, 19. So I'm really fond of that particular policy.
What are the cons of that policy? Because I feel like
my turn. I want to say a policy. So on top of that, I don't know. Probably in 2017, there was a lot of $200,000 homes outside of New York and LA. But even if there weren't, there were 2.75% interest rates, which I thank God got my hands on one of. So even if the homes are more expensive, the interest on that takes a mortgage payment. What it is now, a $2,000 mortgage payment in 2017 or 2018. The same exact house is now a $3,500 mortgage payment because Joe Biden has let us get to the point where we have 7 and 8% interest rates. But my favorite policy is the Remain in Mexico policy. It's the most genius, simple policy, and it's the only way to solve the immigration problem that we have, which is we pay Mexico, not directly, but we work it out through a trade deal. We work it out through not putting tariffs on them if they agree to this, which they did during the Trump administration. They police their own border, and they stop people from putting their pinky toe on American soil. And because once the illegal immigrant or migrant puts their little pinky toe on American soil, they are now afforded all of these rights for asylum. We have to let them into the country. We have to provide them with a hearing. The hearings are 6 months to a year away, and then they just disappear into America. So the only effective immigration policy is something like the Remain in Mexico policy. And there you go, done. That's done.
Another one, manufacturing. Like, he's the old America. Long before us, man, like, was a manufacturing powerhouse. We made all sorts of goods. And then slowly we got sold out to China because, certain people wanted to get rich off it. They no longer wanted to pay Americans decent wages. They wanted to, go to China and have their shit get made for cheap, for slave labor, and then send it over here, man, and then get rich off it. Well, that's not what Trump wants anymore. He wants to bring back manufacturing from vehicles to everything, man. And that's a huge thing. If we can bring back manufacturing, we can actually, lower costs on goods and all sorts of things. We can bring back the American dream, and it's crazy, dude.
Wasn't that to mention that outsourced most of those jobs?
No, it's been just politicians, I think, on both sides, man. It wasn't Reagan who started. It's been even before that, man. Where it's been slowly eroding, kind of the 50s after World War II, we were kind of we were the miracle, everything was going good, vehicles were cheap, houses were cheap, everything was affordable. You can leave your wife home and go to work with just a regular job and support the whole family, man. That was the American dream. And slowly since then, we've been selling out to China where shit can be made for cheaper. And labor is cheaper because labor is the largest expense for everything. And so, but that the stuff is going to be, as a consequence, it's going to be, made a lot cheaper. It's going to be from China. It's going to have to be shipped over here. And so just like men just get rich off it, not like the whole collective, where we all thrive. Just enriches men, like individuals instead of actually benefiting the country. And we don't want to do that shit anymore. Trump wants to bring it back, and he's talking about it all the time. He's been talking about it for years, and no other politicians really do that. We actually need a man like Trump, and not Kamala. Not to mention that we can keep on going on, man. Trump doesn't want war. The military-industrial complex has got us involved in Iraq for 20 years, Afghanistan for 20 years, and now Ukraine. Okay, we don't want to fucking be involved in Ukraine anymore, because it's going to not only drag us to a world war, but it's harming us, man. It's enriching our politicians who are getting kickbacks for lobbying for these military corporations to be over there. And Trump doesn't want that shit no more. He wants lower prices on groceries too. That's not cap. That's real. Which one's Cap? Because he does not want us involved in these foreign wars anymore. Because all it's doing, man, it's our military-industrial complex, okay? That's in this, why we're involved there. We have politicians that will lobby to get us involved in these places, such as Ukraine, and then that military-industrial complex will then kick back money to these politicians. That's exactly what's happening right now. And that war in Ukraine is lost.
Real quick, you really think, you just admitted that war enriches politicians.
It does.
You really think Trump is just the one magical unicorn trying to come in and save the day and stop it?
So Donald Trump, as you know, Donald Trump is a billionaire. He takes $1 per year for salary. Okay, I don't know what is Donald Trump benefiting, man? He almost got his head blown off.
Hold on 1 second. So I hear what you're saying. I agree. Donald Trump is not a magic unicorn that's going to come in and wave a magic wand. I 100% agree with you. What we are hoping he does is that he puts into play seeds, right? And through the next 4 years, and I'm just going to use the analogy of gardening, okay? Through the next 4 years, we are hoping that he can plant seeds that both sides of the aisle can agree upon and that they can come to fruition over the next 25 years. Because as we all know, guys, it takes roughly about, 10 years for any major, the Obamacare, right? It takes time. Donald Trump is not going to be able to walk in, wave a magic fairy wand, or call up God and be like, yo, God, we need a miracle. We're not delusional, okay? What we're hoping is that he's going to instill policy that will be ruled into law for at least 10 years, so that there's time for that to come into fruition, and that whoever comes in the next 4 years doesn't come in and wipe it away.
I don't know. I disagree a little bit, Mrs., because actually Donald Trump, he elected, 3 Supreme Court judges, which were able to overturn Roe versus Wade,
And that was 8 years.
I'm just saying, why don't Donald Trump, if they're permanent Supreme Court judges,
if that lady did not die, if that Supreme Court Justice lady did not, God rest her soul, I just don't want to disrespect her. She gives me the ick. I just don't want to even say her name. If that lady, God rest her soul, did not die, and she was willing to step down and allow for Obama to replace her like everybody wanted to, what Donald Trump did would have never taken place. It takes
it did though, and that's what happened. God was involved in that, obviously.
Our presidents put in seeds, and if we are lucky, we have congressional representatives and senators that agree with these policies for more than one term for them to come to fruition. Generally, the third sitting president gets to reap the benefits or reap the bullshit of what has been done over the last 4 to 8 years, if we're being honest. So I personally, Creekside, respectfully, I disagree with you on this, do not believe Donald Trump has a magic wand. Billionaires, I don't think, are gifted with a magic wand from God. If they are, God, have a conversation with you, because I thought I was your favorite. Obviously not, okay? He's going to plant seeds, and we're going to hope that they come to fruition.
Okay, so Donald Trump
against what Creekside
Donald Trump
against what Creekside was saying was he I understand he doesn't have a magic wand, things are not going to get fixed instantly, right? I understand that part. But my thing is, he was trying to say, oh, Trump is just, he just feels morally obligated to stop politicians from benefiting off these wars. Just to that specific point, as if this hasn't been going on for decades. Like it's going to stop anytime soon. Wars benefit. Wars benefits.
Ukraine. He even have a meeting with
He can say that. He can say that, bro. He can say that. That's all for me. But come on now. And wasn't you the one that mentioned brainwashing and people following propaganda and people earlier?
And this is all that I was just saying earlier, that yes, you know, it would be great if we have Trump in the White House and he can do some things from an executive action standpoint, but that doesn't mean that all of our issues and problems are just going to go away just because Trump is in the White House. We're not in a position where we have the leverage, the political power that we can use against the GOP if they don't do the things that we want them to do with Trump inside, while Trump is inside the White House. And that's all of that is connected to all this, you know, Ukraine money, never-ending wars, you know, continuing resolutions, increasing the debt limit, the amount of debt going up. That is all connected to the inner workings of the party, and if the committeemen inside the party are okay with the Liz Cheneys, the Mitt Romneys, the Cindy McCains, and there's a ton of people like that. There's a whole bunch of Paul Ryans sitting, Kevin McCarthy sitting inside the party. Even after they leave, they're sitting there and they're just like, okay, I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be here after Trump is gone, and I'm going to skate right through my primary. All of the Trump voters are going to vote for me. I'm going to go right back into office. I'm not going to have to do anything. That's the issue. That's the problem. We will, if we get Trump in, God willing, that happens. We're just like in 2017 and 2018. He's going to be fighting the same rhinos.
So I would actually argue that Trump is a unicorn from this aspect right here. He's like no other politician we've seen before. That's because he's not a politician. You know, he's new to that space. He's a businessman. But, you know, he conducts himself different. He's anti-establishment. He's about smaller government. He's about America first. Tell me which president you know in your lifetime that advocated for America first, for taking care of home first, for closing the borders, for bringing back jobs and manufacturing jobs and stuff right back here in America, right? For making other nations within NATO pay their fair share, with putting tariffs on different countries because he tired of them taking advantage of America, where we're paying all this money to all these foreign countries, but they're not paying their fair share, or they're not, you know, paying us any money. Like, name another president that ever came out with these talking points. Name another president that ever came out calling out other politicians, calling out the media. Like, just name one. I'll wait. So if we gotta say, oh no, like Trump got a magic wand and he's some unicorn. Like, the reality of it is, he might not have a magic wand, but he is a goddamn unicorn. Because we ain't never seen no president like this before. That's a fact. That's why most of y'all don't like him, because he's not the clean cut, well spoken, you know, Ivy League school, you know, lying ass politician that y'all used to, that just dressed up, you know, for the cameras, read off the prompters, say what you want them to say, and then get in office and do something totally fucking different. So with that being said, I would argue he is a unicorn. I'm done.
And you are one of the dudes that are too much into his character, bro.
This is Wendy talking. Every time he speaks, it gets better and better. I don't know who you are. I'm gonna tell you, Okay, that. Everything you say is spot on. I commend you for that. For real, like, thank you. I couldn't say it any better. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, no problem.
like, it was talking about securing our border except for Trump actually building a wall, man. Like, oh, you're asking us, like, what policy is it that we like about Trump? We've been listing off quite a few, man, that are pretty substantial, dude, I would argue,
So, super quick to Ash, ma'am, they broke the law by entering this country illegally. They knew there was a zero tolerance policy. At the end of the day, there is a consequence for your action. I'm not going to bring my sons into a country that I am not legally able to enter, knowing that there is a risk that they will be taken from me. Period. So if that means I've lost a bit of my morality, then ma'am, you are correct. I lost my morality because as a mother, I have the expectation that you as a mother don't risk you being separated from your children because you decided to do an unlawful act. Life is tough. This is not heaven. I don't know your reasoning for fleeing, but you could have gone through the asylum process, or you could have kept your ass at home and figured it out like a lot of us do even here in the United States of America. I'm sorry. I don't know. You want to come here illegally with your children, you are at risk of being separated. And if you don't believe me, try me with Donald Trump back in office. Call me a bitch, call me a mortal. I guess that's me. Anything else?
I don't think that's being a bitch at all, by the way.
Yo, how do illegal immigrants benefit the country? How does getting millions of people willing to work at low wages benefit corporations?
I just wanted to give Ash a response to, if she wanted to respond to me, because I just read her comment. So she wants to tell me that I've lost a bit of my moral compass, and that's fine. She's entitled to her opinion, but I just hope that I answered her question. Did I answer your question, Ash? Okay, great. Go ahead, Art.
I think somebody. I was asking
this. I didn't have a question. It was a statement. I said that it was a chunk, not a piece. A chunk of your moral compass. And
I didn't know you knew my moral scope. Do we know each other?
We don't.
Okay, so how are you aware of what my moral compass is?
Well, yeah, that's true. You may have never had it.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. You have no idea who I am.
Okay, let me finish this. That's true. You might, but listen, you guys mentioned something earlier, and you said, hey, do you need a sound? Do you need a sound like Nazis? I said, no. However, the false equivalency that you guys continually jump back and forth with, it does sound like a Nazi. Did Hitler not say that Jews were parasites, that they had germs, that we need to protect ourselves from them? I mean, did people not turn around and say, okay, in order to protect ourselves, yeah, we're going to not only just protect ourselves, but we're going to throw them into camps?
I don't think this has anything that has to do with that, by the way, Ash. I think you're kind of off base here.
No, who's talking?
I'm just saying, Greek side is.
Hold on. You weren't here for that. You weren't here for that earlier. You weren't here when they mentioned that. You were not here. You were not here. So I'm making a statement regarding something that was said, and I'll close out that chapter, but it was mentioned earlier, and that's why I said when they keep moving the goalposts left and right, yeah, it does make it sound like you guys are trying to use one argument to justify another argument, and I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't sit well with me. And yeah, we've seen this happen before, where people get all riled up regarding something that has nothing to do with them. These immigrants, and tell me something, since you guys are so interested in immigrants, how many of them do you know or have you helped? Because it's easy for us to point the finger, it's easy for us to call them out, but have we done anything other than ridicule them? I'm just curious. A lot of people who have mentioned them immigrants have absolutely done nothing to help these people. The only thing they've done is ridicule. So I'd be curious to know.
So what exactly are you talking about? Because again, you keep saying immigrants. Do you want to maybe be a little bit more deliberate in your language and say illegal immigrants? Because illegal immigrants are completely different than just, immigrants. Immigrants, are the backbone of this country. Legal immigrants. But when we have a conversation about illegal immigration, that's a whole nother conversation. So do you maybe want to represent your question in a way that's more intellectually genuine and honest?
Because I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware that Americans were supposed to help foreign criminals. So when you enter a country unlawfully, that is a crime. So are we talking about how we help legal migrants or illegal criminals?
And then that begs the question, what exactly is she talking about? Like, she just said a whole entire word salad of intellectual dishonesty. So, I mean, if your aim was to have a conversation about illegal, hold on, if you're, so you spoke enough, and you most certainly were not clear. So I'm just trying to, clear up and, hopefully help you out a little bit and maybe further articulating yourself towards some type of, an aim that people can understand. So, I mean, when we look at illegal immigration, that's completely different than legal immigration, is it not?
By the way, Ash, asylum is something that we're doing that we're actually helping out. There's a thing in process called asylum. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. That is us helping somebody out. In fact, no other country really does that. If we were to do the inverse and actually Americans go to Mexico, they wouldn't even let us do what we do for these folks with asylum. I mean, that is helping out. That's what we're doing for these people. Now, you can go ahead and answer Adam's question if you want.
No, I mean, if we start calling illegal immigrants foreign criminals, it's okay, fine. Like, somebody told you to say that, fine.
No, hold on.
That's the definition.
Being illegally is a crime.
You're referencing me. So if you are not a national, you are a foreigner. If you did not come into America legally, you committed a crime. By definition, you are a foreign criminal, lawfully.
No, they weren't a criminal when they left their country. They only became a criminal when they crossed our border.
Exactly. Therefore, they committed
They're not a foreign
crime.
criminal. They're a foreign non-criminal.
They're a foreign
Exactly.
A lot of them are criminals too. They're not vetted.
Ash, can I say something that also I think that we need to think about these people coming over the border. If you work for people, you want to have rights. You want to have protections as an American, because you can be oppressed by people. You can get really treated like shit. If you come over to America like that illegally, and you work for people, a lot of people might take advantage of you, and I've actually heard of that happening. Not only employers will do that, knowing that you're illegal. They can underpay you, mistreat you, do all sorts of terrible things under the threat of sending you back. Calling the right people to get you in trouble. But landlords can do the same thing, and I've heard of them shoving a lot of illegals into fucking really squalid conditions, and sometimes even sexually abusing, some of these migrants, you know what I mean, that are shoved in these buildings, like the women, and then especially being mistreated, and no one can help them, because if they call the cops, they'll get sent back. So I don't recommend coming over here illegal, because you'll not benefit from being an American. You don't get to benefit from all the great things about being an American citizen. You have to run around and hide, and it's not a good situation.
Yeah, I have a way to hear. I don't know why this is. Hold on a second. I don't know why this is bothering me so much, because we do help immigrants. are assuming that we're not helping immigrants. What we're saying is we're not going to help illegal immigrants. We do have a process for people to come into this country. I don't know where this gets lost in our thinking here and our discussions. We clearly have a process that is given to people to do the right way. And I don't know, is there someone that's not understanding that part of things? What am I missing?
That I don't think that they realize that we agree that our process of getting permanent residency or getting a visa or getting citizenship is a shithole, and that we need to invest in it and make it easier for people who can contribute to this country or people who are truly looking to get out of their crappy situation. I agree that our immigration system needs massive reformation. But if you commit a federal offense coming into my country and you were not born in America or have permanent residency or a visa, you are a foreign criminal.
My point was there's this notion, this kind of like this thinking that we're not doing anything, right? That was my point. And it helps their argument because it makes it sound like we're these evil Nazi things. Like Ashton was kind of like telling us, you know, like somehow that we have this Nazi thinking that these people all have germs and we don't want them here and stuff like that. That's why I'm bringing this up. But we aren't doing that. We have a system that does bring in people the right way. And we do that by the millions, okay? Well, that's what I'm trying to point out. That's the problem.
Are we gonna have to deal with that?
We can all agree that the immigration system needs to be better and it needs to streamline to have more people eligible to come in, particularly those that can contribute to our economy and those that we can help. Okay, so I'm confused. We're not.
We don't all agree on that. That's the thing.
We don't. Let Michael Knight speak.
Who's not agreeing on it?
Michael.
Wait. No. Who does not agree that our immigration system needs to be fixed?
No. That we need more immigrants. Do we need more immigrants? Yes or no?
No, I don't think we need more immigrants right now.
That's my exact
Either. However, hold on. I don't think we need more. Hold on, one second. One second. I don't think we need more immigrants over here. However, if the immigrants that's coming here are going through a legal process, right, which they are saying our process here needs to be reformed, right? If they're going through the legal ways of getting citizenship and getting their papers, and they're here, I have no issues with that.
Yeah,
this is my all do that. We gotta get out.
We need 1 million, 2 million people per year, immigrants per year.
Guys, hold on. One second, please. I really want to know where you're coming from. Did you just say that we need, like we in America, we need 1 million to 2 million immigrants over here?
Yes.
Why do we need that?
Because we've got jobs that are unfilled. We need to grow the economy.
We don't have enough citizens. We don't have enough American citizens to fulfill those jobs.
No, we don't. There's more jobs than there are people. We have 4.1% unemployment. We need more people to fill these jobs.
How is it? Wait. Hold on. Let's walk slow. Let's walk slow, Michael. Let's walk slow. You're saying that there's 350 million Americans. You're saying that there's more than 350 million jobs available, yet the unemployment rate is at 4.7%. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. We need more people.
Bro, there isn't more jobs in America. You're tripping.
There's only 280 million adults, first of all. And all of those adults, some of them aren't even at work.
Well, listen, the money administration. Wait, hold on. Let's walk slow, Mike. Did you just say I think you're just spewing bullshit at this point. I need you to put some of these stats that you rumbling off. I need you to put it in the chat.
What do you mean? How many adult age Americans do you think?
I need you to put the stats in the chat. So you're getting this from somewhere. So wherever you're getting it from, I need you to put the chats in the stats so I can the stats in the chat so I can look at your source and reference what you're talking about. No, Google my ass. Put your stats in the chat.
Okay, how many Americans? How many adult Americans do you think there are?
So,
Bro, you're the one that just said it's 250.
protagonist, I just looked it up, Brian. So there are currently roughly 62 billion adults aged 65 and older living in the United States, which accounts for 18% of the population as of 2024. There you go, friend. I looked it up.
Thank you. So they're Americans that you want working or not working?
Those are 18. Okay, so that's 18%. So why? And then we've got. So let's talk about how many Americans, what percentage of Americans are about to become adults, right? Can we start looking at what's the legal age to start working? 16.
16.
So do we start to? So let's figure out what percentage of Americans are 16 to 18. So let's do the numbers, because by definition, over the next 10 years, are you saying that we're not going to be able to replace the 18% of Americans right now that are already retired?
Can I say
because there's more jobs than there are people to work them.
shitty jobs, man, but here one thing. There's 9.5 million. I'm just saying this, Michael. What I'm saying. Can I have this? So I'm reading here, man. Like there's 9.5 million. There was 9.5 million encounters nationwide, and 7.8 million encounters at the southwest border. That's by U.S. Customs agents. That encounters we're talking about recording, like basically.
One second, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. According to Census.gov, there are 4.1 million in kindergarten, 32.9 million in first through 8th grade, 17.3 million in high school, 16.6 million undergrad students, and 4.6 million students in graduate school. I think we covered.
Here's why I don't want to have that many. So there's already 9.5 million people since Joe Biden's been in office. They have gotten 9.5 million people at the border. That's how many they've intercepted by the U.S. Customs agents. There's like way more people.
That's not actually true.
Dude, millions.
Same person, double time.
But all of this doesn't matter. Millions of people. Hold on. This is my point. Let me finish. Millions of people are in this country illegally. I don't think we should be allowing any more people in this country before we figure out what the fuck is going on with these people. Okay, we shouldn't be allowing that. That's my opinion. We shouldn't be allowing any more people in this country if we can't, figure out all the people that are in this country illegally already.
Okay. Do you believe that everyone wants more legal immigration?
I believe that America wants legal immigrants that can contribute to America, or those that are wanting to do jobs that are not sought after. Yes.
Several people on this stage.
And you know what's great about America? My fellow Republican friends and I disagree on many different things. We're not
I'm concerned about
I don't need to sit here and debate. So at the end of the day, right, at the very end of the day, I'm voting for Trump, who is for legal immigration.
Or not for legal.
And you know what? God bless our right to think and have an opinion. That's great. I'm not understanding what this is. Trump says he wants to mass deport people who committed a federal offense as a foreigner. And there are Republicans that will disagree with that. There are Republicans who agree with that, and there are Republicans who are not sure how they feel about that. I'm not sure how my opinion or your opinion is going to sway Donald Trump.
Yeah, are we gonna need more prisons? Are we gonna need more prisons for this new wave of crimes that these illegal immigrants to bring to them.
They need to be deported. I don't want to put anybody in prison. I want to deport them back to their
No, I was asking, are we going to need to build more prisons?
We're not going to wait around for them to commit a crime. They're on their way out. That's the point.
Commit a federal offense. You need to leave when you're a foreigner. I'm confused. Y'all think you can just go to any country that you want and then be like, oh, please let me stay. I have the right to stay. And those of you report me for that.
Michael, what state do you live in?
Why is that wrong?
New York, right?
What state do you live in?
You're in New York?
On a border state.
You live in a border state. You live in the United States. Yeah.
Profile says he's from Brooklyn. So he is. His border is Canada.
No.
That's a great border state, by the way. It's a wonderful border state.
The border is Europe. The border is the Atlantic Ocean.
That's the wrong border. We're not really. That's not. That's not the border that we're talking about, brother. Nice try,
So, then the next question: which side of the border do you really on? This might be on the Canadian side.
No kidding. No kidding.
This is the one red herring. This is the one red herring where he was able to tell me he's an American. We gotta let him stay. We gotta deal with him. It's our problem now. We gotta deal with him. Damn it.
I love how he said that was so fly, border man.
You can tell he shouldn't have this before
He is technically a border state. That is a fact.
No, but honestly, aside from this, just faux pas. I feel like my role in its enforcement is going pretty well in this room. I feel like we're having a conversation amongst other Americans about American topics amongst American people. So I definitely think that that's definitely a contrast as to what other parts of social audio has to offer right now, as to where people lend space to other people that do not have a stake in our American politics to have a conversation about something that does not affect them. So I'm glad that I'm glad that we're on this same page. So my apologies, Michael. Even though that we sit on the other side of the opposing aisle as far as how you believe it's certain issues. Like, listen, you're our problem just as much as we are your problem, and we're both Americans, and I'm glad that you're here and participating.
You had no right to offend me. But I forgive you.
Well, I didn't call you a dildo chomping blue haired liberal, but yeah. Can I ask for forgiveness for that? All right.
It is interesting how we've gotten to this point, though. Does anybody else kind of want to take a step back and go?
That I've already told you. We are that stupid. It is that extreme. We are arguing over.
I saw some
moments. Here's the thing. It's funny because someone's told you to say that they're foreign criminals. No, I'm sorry. We get from any of our Republican representatives call illegals foreign criminals. No, I didn't think so. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, Vince, our Constitution describes them as illegal aliens. If they want to be technical, they're illegal aliens.
I appreciate the correction, sir. So I misspoke. I think they're foreign criminals, and I think as a woman with kids, you cross into a country illegally, and you're not claiming asylum. You're a criminal, and God bless your children because you've now been separated from your kids because you made a dumb mistake, and you put yourself in that situation. But we're not going to hold parents responsible for potentially having their kids abducted while going to another country, or them being separated because they committed a
get separated from their kids when they get locked up. I don't hear y'all arguing and complaining about that shit. But for some reason, y'all care about illegal aliens getting separated from their children. Don't miss me with the bullshit.
That's not true.
Y'all all sound treasonous.
I'm against Pascal.
It's not like, I said nothing about that.
This man said I'm against
Nothing about that.
That's separating.
No, people committing crimes and going to jail is separating parents and kids.
Yeah. And if you don't have enough money for bail, then you don't get out of
Bail don't mean shit if you're sentenced. You can't bail yourself out of a sentence.
Yo, kick bro to the audience, please. I can't believe
So
This is wild. It just justifies that we should make it easy for criminals to get out of jail because they have children and to abet their horrible decision making. Did you miss the whole point?
This is, you know what this is the root cause of a lot of, so y'all realize there is an enemy out there. It's a globalist takeover of Earth. They're attacking America. These are invaders. This is an invading army. These are illegal aliens. This is an invading army. They don't have to have weapons. If you put 1 million people in your house, 1 million people, you can't even move around, you can't breathe. There's not enough water or food. This is an invading army. The idea that some of y'all are okay with this or using technical terms tells me I think our education system's pumping, and the media's probably not helping. They're pumping these guys' brains full of, no, this is the right way. This is what we should be doing.
Is it an invasion if they got let in?
It was the crazy thing is, like, the defending of these illegal aliens is just so insane to me. Like, and they tell us, oh, who told y'all to say that? Right when you get to talking point, which is funny because everything that they're saying, they're actually convinced to say that shit. By watching CNN, by following liberals, by watching MSNBC, y'all are literally programmed to say the shit that y'all say because there's no way that you can be a patriotic American citizen and be spewing this rhetoric that it's okay for illegal aliens to flood our country by the millions. That's right. That's insane. So we're not talking about it. We're not talking about the big ones. This is hard to know. He keeps saying illegal. You can't. And I think we need, after we stop the hemorrhaging of the illegal aliens, we need to sit down and none of you assholes are invited to the table, by the way. But us grown-ups are about to have a real conversation of how many legal immigrants, how many work permits, how many visas do we actually need? Illegal immigration? Poland, you know how many illegal immigrants they had? 0. America's about to have 0 illegal immigrants. We're going to guard our borders with deadly force. Y'all are crazy anyways. Whenever we decide, all right, 1 million immigrants a year legally, America, y'all want to change that? Y'all want to make it 1.2 or 900,000? We can have that talk, but we got to stop this. This is an invasion. They're getting pumped into these big cities. They're on the government's dole. The government is pimping vulnerable people from other countries. I don't blame those people, just like I don't blame the people that got vaccinated. There are other evil entities that pay. I don't blame the poor people over in whatever country who are down on their luck when some dorky liberal shows up with a briefcase and a brochure and tells, hey, this is how you get in America, we'll pay you. We'll give you $4,000 a month. He literally got people like Ash in the chat saying that we're evil because we are advocating for American citizens first. If that's evil, then you must be a treasonous piece of shit, man. Like, how is evil protecting home? How is evil? Yeah, yes.
I'm sorry.
No, I didn't know you asked.
I brought my whole back up.
I sure did. I sure did. Wait till we remove 28 million people out of this country that are here illegally. What are you talking about? No one's jumping on you. You're on audio app, man, on the internet. You're on the audio app on the internet talking to people who disagree with you. No one's jumping on you.
And let me disagree. Stop jumping all over.
Let's get back on track. Let's get the phone record to be able to
Can I say something? I just want to, on behalf of the house, and because this is Matt's house, I'm the first lady. I apologize, Ash, for you and my being kicked, okay? I do like you.
No, Ash wasn't kicked. Hold on. Ash wasn't kicked. She removed herself. Don't apologize.
I'm apologizing, okay? It's fine, right? So I do, Ash, you're an American. I do like you. I like that we can agree to disagree. Michael, same with you. So we're not going to kick anyone. We obviously are going to get heated. We're very passionate. We've got two opposite sides. So I appreciate the fact that you guys are here because you're obviously the minority of this conversation. So thank you for coming back out.
Personal either. So that's the good news. It was just more of a disagreement. So yeah, and I didn't even know that somebody was moving down there. So I figured they were complaining while being on stage about us, which is kind of weird. So that's until I read it. But let's carry on. We did have some more questions. If you are willing to take them. If not, you can decline to listen. That's fine. We're not here to, we're not here to, completely just, I don't know how to describe it. I guess just be fighting. I guess that's the best way to describe it, right? So it's up to you guys if you guys want to take our questions. I don't know if Agnes, you had a question. I don't know if you agree with me, did, but go ahead.
Can I say something about the legal immigration process? No, as a neighbor, I'm a neighbor. I came here 20 years ago, and I vetted, went through all the process. They wanted my criminal records, they want my health records, my records of vaccination, my bank accounts to make sure I will not be a burden in this country. And they finally let me in. And I think it's the narrative that the other side is trying to spin that that Republicans or the Trump supporters hate immigrants, and they don't. And the thing about it is, people like me, I hate that I have to even call myself a legal immigrant to differentiate myself from those people. A lot of legal immigrants in America do not support the open borders. It's not fair. They don't like it, and so I think it's really just wrong. I think to say that Trump supporters, they just hate all immigrants. No, that is not true, and I think it's pretty obvious. And I think people who keep saying that they have an agenda, and that's why they're saying it. They just want to, cause.
It is unfair to go through a rigorous process to have your criminal background check, your medical records check, your bank accounts, search tool, all of that, for you to go through that process to become a legal citizen here in America. And then you sit back and watch 20, 15, whatever number it is, millions of people come across here illegally that don't have to go through that rigorous process. That's just here. They're just here existing, but yet still you had to do it the right way. Hell yeah, that's unfair. Yeah. And I don't understand
try to understand what I'm saying. You have your minds made that we just hate immigrants. That's all.
What you need to do is stop moderating because you're not one.
I thank you, Ash, because it's possible to speak on it. But nobody said that that you hate immigrants.
Actually, just
Okay. Maybe an extreme minority think that you hate immigrants. But in any case, the whole point is to have more people going through the same process that you did, and with their bank account infected and all of this stuff. The reason why people are either coming here claiming asylum or just thinking through is because we're not letting enough people in legally. So we should let more people in legally. So we can inspect them, know where they are, know that they're not criminals, all of this.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Like I said, everybody said that before, that we need a more streamlined process so we can have more.
A lot of people say you don't need any more.
Well, because we have enough issues in our country that we should just be focused on letting more and more people live. We already have enough issues as everyday Americans. We struggle already.
That's the budget stuff.
More and more people live
So
that we can help ourselves.
we're not a monolith. So here's the whole thing. I know people who are Democrats, liberal, that come in many different, that have many different opinions. And so I'm asking for good faith here between those on the opposition, for you guys to understand that not all of us that are Republican or those with conservative values agree. I disagree. Me and my Clubhouse husband up here fight all the time. Okay? Me and my Clubhouse brother, Adam, have differentiating of opinions all the time. All the time. And what's amazing about that is we can come together and I can say, we can battle it out, we can agree to disagree, we can laugh it off, and then we have fun when it comes to full-time election time. Who has the big dick and who won? Okay, and I'm just gonna say how it is.
I have the bigger dick. I definitely have the bigger dick.
That's fair. Now, all that I'm asking is that you guys understand this. I personally do think that America benefits from legal immigrants. I also agree that our immigration process is crap and it can be fixed. It needs to be reformed, and we need to have a better system to allow great people to come into our country. I agree that they help our economy. I agree that there are specific jobs that they can contribute to that we as Americans are just not wanting to be a part of. I agree with that. I'm not delusional to it, and I think that I'm not saying that those who disagree with me are delusional, but listen, I am not a city girl. I am a suburban but rural girl. Okay, farmland, the whole 9 yards. I completely understand where you guys are coming from. Just do me the favor and don't think that all Republicans are against immigrants. For the most part, collectively, we're against the illegal process or people coming into this country illegally. That's it.
And that was kind of my point earlier that I'm kind of ranting about, is that they kind of conflate the two. So it kind of makes us like evil people. Like we're totally anti-immigrant, and we're really just anti-illegal immigrant. You gotta really be really careful with this wording, because it paints other Americans in a really bad light, like we're some kind of evil group. And we're not. We're just saying, we're just trying to find a better way to process these individuals and figure out what new way, like we're saying, with technology and what have you, and not just have everybody and their mom just walk right in. I mean, I don't know why this is so confusing, why we all have to fight over it so much, but carry on. Yeah.
It's confusing, Matt, because they make a conscious effort to keep conflating the two so that we can go around and around in this rigorous circle of arguing shit that's not making sense, which is why I was saying earlier, they're playing semantics. Because we said several times on the stage, illegal immigrants. So the fact that they would even bring up the notion that, oh, y'all don't want no immigrants here, right? Like that
time has been about illegal immigrants being deported, right? Obviously, we didn't say nothing about, people that went through the process that we went through need to be deported when Trump did in office. No, we're talking about the millions of immigrants, illegal immigrants, that came across this border illegally, that don't have citizenship here in America. They asses need to go the fuck back, period.
Okay, so we are all in agreement that if we have an additional 1 to 2 million legal immigrants coming into this country every year, we will be more beneficial across.
Not everyone. Not everyone in agreement. Hold on. Let me have the mic real quick. Not everyone's gonna. That's what Mr. Riddell was just explaining to you. We're not. All of us conservatives are not on the same page on this. However, all of us have a common goal of protecting America. All right, so let's do a little game theory. I like to take things to the extreme a little bit, sometimes to prove a point. Let's say Donald Trump gets elected, and he says, you know what, for the next 4 years, 0 immigration. None. No illegal, no legal. How badly does that hurt America? No answer needed. Please don't unmute yet. How badly does that hurt the citizens, the education system, the hospitals, the police, the jobs, the business? How badly does the next 4 years, 0 illegal or legal immigration hurt America? Now, we're going to take it to an extreme. I'm not saying this is the case. Let's say Arab twins. And she says, you know what? I agree with these libtards. Anybody want to come? Y'all come on over. We're open. 500 million Chinese people show up to America. Not only do we lose the American culture, not only are we surrounded by people we don't know that don't really, that they don't have the same values as us. Not only are we edged out and we're not getting jobs, they are. All right, so the goal isn't, I'm not trying to hurt people in other countries that want to come here for a better life. I want to protect America. I know that something out there, the globalist elite, New World Order, something out there is trying to attack America. And all I'm asking is y'all, get on the same page. We don't have, as long as everybody's trying to do this, we're trying to make sure America is safe, prosperous, healthy, great, all those things. As long as we can have different ideas on how to do it, that's fine. Over.
I just want to add to that, and I think if, for those who agree that, there should be more legal immigration, and I think if the people are vetted, like people who will not be a problem to this country, will not add to the burden that we already had, I think it might be good. It's going to be good. It's not a problem. So, it's just what I think.
Well, for me, I don't have a problem. Restarting, like continuing legal immigration again, but for right now I'm against any form of immigration to this country if we have so many problems, especially if we have so many, illegals here. I would like to pause it all right now and focus on figuring out the immigration problem and maybe helping Americans out, getting a lot of our issues solved before we're just letting more people in, because obviously not fixing the issue. It's not benefiting the issue. It's not doing anything. It's not. It's no things good.
So Ash, I think your question is really actually a great one, and I'm not afraid to say that I don't have the number for you because we're 2 years out of COVID. I'm not sure what we need, and I don't think that everybody on this stage or in this room has actually done the research to know how many people are of working age or how many people are coming into working age, how many people are going into retirement. I mean, we can take the time. I definitely can. It's close to midnight and I gotta go to bed soon. But I think that would actually be a fun room where we can actually do an educational system. We can pull from census or a .gov site and get an idea. And Ash, Michael, it'd be great for you guys to join us, and we can sit and find out how many people are retired. the proper amount of numbers of current American citizens, right, or permanent residents. I'm curious if permanent residence gets added into that number. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. And then we can talk about what would be a consistent and a proper way of doing that. That's a great question.
Just to make it a little more complex, Ms. Rydell, we're gonna also have to keep in mind the complexities of because everyone wants to come to America. Are we gonna brain drain some of these other countries? And by doing that, if we take the brightest and the best from those countries, what do we leave behind there? Do we create another problem for ourselves in the future? So it's a very complex issue. So I would love to be in that room.
All good questions, but it's a great point.
I mean, at that point, if we're adding 1 to 2 billion, we might as well try and make a deal with Canada because that's a lot of people. Because I mean, the equivalency of Canada in 15 years entering into the United States. So I'm just thinking in terms of numbers, right? Like Canada's what, 10% of ours, driven at 33 million people. So in 15 years, we might as well have just moved to Canada and made North America that much bigger.
They're solving their own immigration issues right now.
Oh, they sure are. But anyways, Ash, I think that was a great question. And I'm not ignorant enough to say that I can't answer that. So I think that we could do a group study, pull up some .gov where everybody can agree on the stats. And I think that'd be that's a great question. Yeah, that'd be fun to do. Anyone against that?
No, but I would suggest also incorporating the job growth numbers, available jobs, considering the 96% of the population that wants a job that's here now have a job. So, there are more outstanding jobs than there are people.
But we're about to automate too. We're about to automate a lot of jobs. Well, I'd say that in the last 10 years we've advanced and we've got McDonald's to shipping yards and everything in between. Anyways, it's a complex problem. What's the upside here for America? We've got no reason to do this other than I don't see the upside for America taking in as many legal immigrants as we can.
Well, the upside has always been growth of the country. So if you see what's happened in, say, Japan over the past 10 years, or 20 years, is that, they don't really have a lot of immigration, and Japan is basically flat. They're doing good, they'll do great forever, but there's no growth. So,
from what I understand, Japan
has been a really good.
Japan, I can never, as far as I know, I can never become a citizen of Japan. All right, it's not like America where you can come here and become a citizen. You can't go and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain Japan is very strict on they're not going to allow you to be a citizen of their country.
Or United Arab Emirates can become a citizen. Yes, the person who is not Japanese national can become a citizen of Japan through a process called naturalization, just like U.S.
So I looked it up. So here's Japan's rules, because I didn't know some of this. You have to be at least 20. You have to have lived in Japan for 5 years. You have to have a valid visa. You have to have good conduct. You have to be able to support yourself and your family. You can have no other nationalities, and you have to give up your previous nationality. You cannot have plotted or advocated against the Constitution of Japan, and you must demonstrate elementary knowledge of Japanese language.
Yeah, so this is basically the same requirement as the U.S.
No, it's not. Are you kidding me? All they have to do is sneak over here, drop you out of their uterus, and you're a freaking citizen.
No, unless you're born. Yeah, I'm talking about immigrants.
Wait,
or children.
Where in the American immigration system you have to give up your nationality?
Yeah, we got
dual citizens.
No, that's only certain countries. Most of the shithole countries. Rydell to be in the government. You can have dual citizen, dual allegiance, and you can be in a powerful position like the United States government or Congress.
Not if you're a military.
You can have dual citizenship.
Michael, actually,
You're wrong.
my husband is Dutch, and grew up in Canada, but in Canada after one years in the United States military. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so let you know, Michael, let me correct you even more than Mr. Rydell did. I served in the military. I served in the military with Mexican citizens.
20 years officer, yes, and currently still operating in the DoD as a civilian. What are you talking about?
Well, certainly different levels of clearance.
He had the highest level. He was cloud monster.
You know what? I'm done. This is funny.
Yeah, you're wrong on this, Michael. Every once in a while, you're wrong. That's okay. This is one of them.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you can agree with that. Thank you. Because I was going to say, Michael, I'm only arguing with you on this because it's my current lifestyle. Plus, my dad's 35 years in the Army as well. So this is the one thing that I can actually stand 10 toes down on. Maybe shithole countries or countries that have adversaries with, but that is not true. That you cannot join the United States military and acquire. We have foreign citizens that are in the CIA and the NSA, sir. I'm confused.
Wait, I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for, Ash? What's wrong with you?
So Ash, we have people that were born in Germany, in France, in Holland, in Canada.
But it was something she said about her husband is serving something, and I thought I don't want to misquote her, but it was something she said.
She's just letting y'all know that Michael was wrong. To be in the U.S. military and have a clearance doesn't mean you're
Because Michael, did you hear that?
But you have, you said there's foreigners.
We have people that were born out of the United States that have acquired a U.S. citizenship and have worked.
They're not foreigners. Yeah.
You said that nationalists you said that foreign nationalists cannot come into the United States, enlist in the military, and acquire a certain level of security clearance. And I told you you're wrong.
And not give up their citizenship.
That is correct. You're wrong.
Okay. So congratulations, your husband's not from a shithole country. But some countries do.
Okay, so you made a broad speculation. Okay, so you're talking about third world countries or countries that are potentially adverse to the United States, right?
Yeah, on the shithole. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. But that's not the same as Japan. Does Japan? Okay, well let me ask you this. I don't know. So Michael, does Japan require?
There's every country, not Japan.
Understood. So an American has to give up their American nationality if they meet the requirements to become a Japanese citizen.
Right.
Didn't know that. Wow. Okay.
Can I just jump in here, please?
Hello, Mr. Krabs. Good evening, sir. Bukuro. Mike is your name. Go ahead.
Yes. I was just listening in a while back. I think it was Michael who was stating that we have 4% unemployment and we need more immigrants into this country. Was that you, Michael?
Well, I'm saying that 96% of the people that want to be employed are employed, and we have jobs that are unfilled. It would help you have people to go.
Okay. So then you have a 4% unemployment rate. And by the way, I was a legal immigrant into this country, and now I'm a citizen. Been a citizen for a few years. My question to you is this: if you have a population of 350 million here in this country, right, and someone cited that about maybe 60% or maybe 60 million of those are senior citizens, they're not of working age, and let's say we have about 90 million children who are studying in school and they're not of working age, right? So we've got a working age population of approximately 200 million. 4% of that that would be roughly 8 million are unemployed. And when you say unemployed, these are people who have been actively looking for jobs and they're not employed.
Yeah.
And now God knows how many
people
million
that want jobs.
they want jobs, right? They're not working, they're unemployed. When you say unemployment rate, it's 4% of the working age population, 4% of the population that have been actively looking for jobs. Let's qualify it that way.
Correct.
So you do not know, beyond this 8 million, you do not know how many people have been chronically unemployed who have stopped looking for jobs. You don't know what that number is.
Right.
So on top of that, are you suggesting that you want 8 or 10 or I don't know how many million illegal immigrants walking into this country with no real skills to offer? What is your logic there?
No. This all premised on legal immigration, not walking into the country. They don't have to have skills because, honestly, my ancestors didn't have any skills. But, so I think part of America is that you learn the skills as you go. But yeah, that would be fine since these jobs are unfilled. Don't we need people to fill these jobs?
So here's the deal. I came into this country 20 years ago. The America that I see today is not the America that was 20 years ago. That same logic holds good for your ancestors as well, right? Today, with advances in technology and AI and so on and so forth, look at the number of, so what is the number of jobs that have gone unfilled? Let's look at that statistic.
They say about 1 million, maybe?
No, there are about 8 million jobs that are unfilled, right? Now, a chunk of those, a good chunk of those could be farm workers, right? But I'd like to argue, a good chunk of those are also those who are supposed to have data skills, AI skills. There's a damn shortage of doctors here, shortage of medical professionals, right? So it's not just the farm workers and the lowest of the lowly skilled people that you need. Granted, yes, you do need people to pick your vegetables and fruits and so forth. The point here is, I just cannot understand the logic of allowing people to just walk across the border just because we need people to pick berries and vegetables and fruits. Why is it that we have such a broken, legal immigration system to have them as temporary workers?
Everyone agrees.
One second. Ilhan Omar is in Congress. Isn't she from the shithole country? Where is she
She's an American citizen.
Okay, but you said that nationals cannot come into foreigners cannot come into America, get citizenship, enlist in the military, and receive a certain security clearance. But we have a shithole. We have a congresswoman from a shithole country in Congress. I was just trying to figure out what you were saying with that, because that's a third world country.
Yeah, we have plenty of people in Congress from shithole countries.
And that requires a certain level of security clearance, especially on certain committees.
No, but what we're talking about is you have to give up that prior citizenship.
So do we know if Ilhan Omar gave up? Because wasn't she calling?
No, I didn't bet her. I assumed she won. She did.
Okay, got it.
So, if I can just complete my argument, see, it's like this. Michael, it's like this. You're saying that people will come here, they learn the tricks of the trade, they learn how to operate in, the first world economy and so on and so forth. Do we really have the time for that? No, that's a dream. Forget the dream. Everyone has a right. Michael, everyone has a right to dream. The question is, how practical are we about it? Today's world is very different from what it was 200 years ago, right? What I'm trying to say here is this. You have children who are coming in with zero language skills, with zero knowledge of English, and you have schools having to struggle half the day teaching kids in English, half the day teaching kids in Spanish or whatever other language, right? Can kids afford to go through that in today's world when everywhere else in the world, they're learning at twice, 10 times the speed of what it was 20 years ago. So that's one point, right? We have to be a little strategic here in terms of how immigration is actually conducted. Where you need people into research, where you need people to help the healthcare system, right? You cannot afford to have, patients, people waiting for months together to see a specialist. Where you need those kind of needs, especially in things like AI and so forth. That's really where you need to prioritize. Get farm workers. No one is stopping anyone, but do that legally, right? That's number one. Number two, this whole argument of separation of parents and children. Listen, I was a legal immigrant. I was on a visa. 6 years after my visa expired, my kids were born here. That time, I just couldn't make the argument, hey, my kids are US citizen and I need to stay in this country. So I had to take them out of the country as well, right? So all of us who are legal immigrants, we go through all of this process. We go through extreme amounts of vetting, right? Zero criminal records, even up to our driving records are vetted. So I don't understand why the same standard is not held to everybody else, and that we actually go about it in a very methodical and a very sensible way. That's the only argument that I'm making. Thanks.
No, you made a really good point in picture.
We don't let people in. There's only a certain amount of slots. You know that because you have to take your children home or take your children to a foreign country and then bring those U.S. citizens back at some point. We don't have enough slots. We need more slots. So we can not have so many people be illegal.
Well, here's what Mr. Krabs and me think about. So we got 96% of the jobs are filled, probably by American citizens. We let in a bunch of people to fill the other 4 jobs. Imagine you own a crew, right? You say you work in the oil field in Texas. You own a crew, you got 100 guys, 100 American citizens working for you. All of a sudden, 100,000 immigrants move in. They're willing to work for way less. It's a right to work state. I can fire you for whatever reason I want in Texas. I think if we let in a bunch of legal immigrants, that American citizens that were already here are going to be losing their jobs to those people.
That's capitalism.
Well, if only we could do something about the amount of immigrants, right? If only there was a way to protect the American citizens from evil capitalism.
You know what's funny about that, Michael? A lot of them only want to work one job. And they want one job that's going to pay them not just a little bit or a kind of bit. They want a $250,000 job that they can go to and give them 4 hours out of the day. So they could care less about really what the other people are doing and who toilets they're cleaning, could care less. These people are saying, we just don't want you to come for the big jobs that we have. Although these people will not be coming for your big jobs that you guys are so worried about. They are absolutely, you're not in any shape, form, should be concerned about these people coming for your big jobs. You'll still be able to keep them.
They've taken over our government. That's the biggest job there is.
You only want one job.
Right. They want one job that only they go to for 4 hours a day and get paid $250,000. They're concerned with the government, quote unquote, right? It's the greed. It is the greed that they have. They can't get enough. And I don't know who told them that they don't have enough, but they do. One question
I don't make enough, Ash. I make $21 an hour on a landscaper. I barely survive as it is, dude. I don't want some motherfuckers coming over here, man. Taking over the resources, taking over possibly my job, just taking over my. We need to focus on America and getting our shit in gear and getting our wages up.
Which is why they're not happy. Making money as a landscaper, aren't sure if you'd be able to make more money or even lose your job because of incoming immigrants into the country. Is that correct?
Dude, you sound like a robot. I'm trying to talk. Thank you for over talking me. That was really rude of you. I'm not gonna respond to what you're saying until I finish what I'm saying. I don't make enough money as it is. Okay, wages are not that high. But I did have more money when Trump was in office, when I made less money. But since Joe Biden's got in office, I make more money per hour, but I have less money in my pocket because more things are expensive. And so I don't want people coming and in this country and sapping up resources, sapping up all sorts of shit. We don't need that right now. So, I think we need to focus on America and worry about illegal immigrants or even legal
Prices are also high. What is it about Joe Biden that's causing prices to be so high?
What is that? What's causing prices to be so high?
I'm not sure what you want me to answer there.
Why
prices are so high.
Hey, real quick. Hold on. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Are you the guy that said you were a member of the Committee of 300 or something like that? Is that you? You came in a room the other day and we were like, oh. Are you there?
I'm not a member of the Committee of 300.
Okay, that was it. Someone with the same PTR as you came into the room yesterday and said that. I was just wondering if that was you. And it sounded different.
So I'd like to know why the prices of things like gas, rent,
Is that your PTR?
Trump was president.
Is that your PTR picture?
Implemented by Joe Biden and the Democrats that are
Can you hear me? Yes. Hold on. Stop. Don't chill out. Listen to me. Did you take that picture of you holding that water line? Is that your picture? Or is that?
No, that was not me. Why do you keep asking about this picture? Is it important?
Yeah. I was trying to figure out.
Is this guy an AI? Honestly, is this like an AI robot? What's going on? Why is he so like a robot? Yeah, so weird.
Show me in the audience. Show him that.
Sorry,
I didn't even hear.
He might actually have a.
Of course, you're the one who listened to him.
No. Might actually have a. Have you not ever seen people who have that disability and put that thing into their throat?
That guy doesn't have a disability, dude. They sound like an AI robot, man. It sounded like he was talking to a computer or some shit.
Oh, okay. My only question for Creekside was, what is preventing you from getting a second or third job? I'm just curious. If you're not making it.
Well, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Is unfortunate, But I just, when I was making $15 an hour when Trump was in office because I was working for the county, for a county job. You made less money for county jobs. But I have more money in my pocket. Nowadays I do landscaping. I moved to the northwest side of the state. I do landscaping. I make $21 an hour, and I just have less money in my pocket. So I do have to adjust that. But it's just I work 4 10-hour days, and I do hardscaping, and it's fucking exhausting. It's really tough. But I'm going to start Grubhubbing. I just passed my background check. Just came back from Grubhub and stuff. I do have to do that. So I have to wait for my insulated bag to show up, and I do have to start Grubhubbing on Fridays and Saturdays. But I landscape full time. And then next year I want to start a plastic welding business. So I bought an extrusion welder. That's why I left the county, so I took my retirement money, spent $5,000 on an extrusion welder, and went off to training. I want to start a business, but I'm scared, because if I got Kamala in office, it's going to be tougher. If I got Trump in office, it's going to be, easier. But no matter what, I'm going to still go forth with this. But, it's tough, man, that I have to, everything's more expensive. Groceries more expensive. Fuel's definitely more expensive. Trump had fuel down to $1.86 a gallon, over here in Montana. Now, close to the election, all of a sudden, fuel has gone down to $3.19, but it's always been almost $4 a gallon around here, all fucking year. And it's, and it's killing me, man. I went to this wedding. I went to my sister's wedding in Vegas, okay? I've been fucking broke for the last week. I get paid weekly. I can't do fucking shit. I didn't want to tell my sister, that I got to go to my sister's wedding, of course, but fuck, dude, I literally barely survive off what I have, and so I spent $300 at this wedding. $300 for Vegas, that's it. And that's the only bit of fun I got to have was $300 there. And I'm fucking broke now for a week, dude, and it's tough. I have enough for my dog, for food, but, I'm barely surviving. This ain't fucking fun. And I don't know, now
Trump did when he was in office, things were better, and I need that. We need that fucker back, for real. I don't want to work a second job, by the way. I have to, but it's not fucking easy, man. When you don't get to have fun, you don't get to do shit. My life is actually affected. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about making these big paying fucking jobs. So while I'm suffering, we're worrying about these immigrants, I'm hearing about them getting fucking homes and apartments. That happened over here in Missoula too. People were fucking getting apartments for 5 years guaranteed. These Asian immigrants, last time I was here. It's just crazy, Meanwhile, I'm fucking suffering. This American dream is fucked. I barely survived my rent. It's a bitch, dude. Things have gotten out of control, and we're gonna worry about immigrants, illegal immigrants even. Fuck that shit, dude. Fuck that. What we're gonna do? Why does illegal immigrants, or even why does that benefit people? When you let people in here vulnerable, they're having to literally restart unless they're skilled workers. They're having to restart, so it's gonna benefit just these employers who can, because all these guys are gonna be as service industry workers or people out on the farm. They're not gonna fucking make a bunch of money. So I don't agree with this thing that we need a bunch of immigrants to replace American workers. We need to make our jobs better here, and we need to quit worrying about fucking people from out of the country. We need to worry about our citizens, and that's for real.
Yeah, well, one of the and that's you make really great points inside. One, maybe a couple things. One, Kamala gets elected, you get $15,000 tax credit for new businesses, business tax credit. That might help with your, getting your extrusion welding company off the ground, which would be a great thing. And the original point around the trying to fill unfilled jobs, whether they're skilled or not skilled. There's a lot of the jobs, the unfilled jobs that are for skilled people. It's not all just from we need those filled also, and this just promotes growth inside of the country in general. But whether there's more immigrants or not, whether these jobs go filled or unfilled, automation is going to happen either way. So that's independent. The automation that McDonald's does doesn't have anything to do with rising wages or paying people more. That automation is coming regardless. So, as an American, you either figure out a way to get more skilled, more critical, more educated, or a business owner like doing extrusion welding. It's happening either way. So it is this uphill battle of continually reskilling yourself, because there's not, just in capitalism in general, there's not going to be any guarantee that your wages aren't going to go down, and that your competition is not going to go up. Your competition is always going to go up, and automation is going to be part of your competition. One of the the biggest proponent of automation, Elon, was on stage today speaking with Trump. So everyone's on board with increasing automation, regardless of who you vote for. So there's nothing we can do but prepare ourselves.
Not everything can be automated, man. I'm just saying. Me laying bricks out there and building a hardscape wall, everything can be automated.
Rickside, do you have any kids?
I don't.
Okay, good. Wow.
That's the thing is, that's another thing is, I've had my last girlfriend, was like, that's not gonna happen. You know, like my mom wants grandkids from me, but I mean, knowing how expensive they are, you know, I'm not looking for that. I'm honestly not looking for that. You know, I mean, I'd love to be able to have kids, but I can't afford that. You know, I barely survive as it is. Meanwhile, we're talking about fucking immigrants and all these people that, you know, are coming here illegally. And okay, fine. I care about these legal immigrants going through the process because they are American citizens. I'm a patriot, and once they become American citizens, fine, I care about them. You know, that's fair. But these motherfuckers who are coming over here illegally, no way. Okay? We need to get rid of that shit. We need to stop that right now. And we need to pump the brakes on legal immigration. Not totally, but just pump the brakes right now to get things figured out so we can, you know, benefit Americans in general, and then we can continue, because that's how America is. But I'm telling you guys, Americans every day are suffering. I don't even want to embarrass myself, but I'll tell all you folks, okay? I live in a fifth wheel trailer. I own it myself, but that's how I have to survive over here. All right, I bought this fifth. It's a big motherfucker. You know, it's got super slides and it's big and it's great and it's new. But that's the only way I can survive around here in this college town. You know, but it's even Montana in general. It's become expensive. You know, I can't own a house. I'll never be able to own a fucking house. That American dream was dead. You know, maybe if I become rich with this plastic welding thing, if I start building boats, but I'm struggling right now. I'm pinching pennies to be able to get there, and it's not fucking fun. I'm not living this American dream that people are thinking that's happening. I don't know. And I'm struggling financially, you know, and all my friends are too, who I work around and my cousins are. No one's making a lot of fucking money around here, you know, and I think it's a lot of Americans are feeling that way. We need to figure this out before we allow all this illegal immigration to come in here. I don't think it's going to benefit us at all, and I'm not going to keep beating the dead horse here. Don't feel bad for me, folks. I'm just telling you all the fucking truth. You know, that's American are living this way all fucking around me. All around me, guys. It's a bitch, man.
Let me ask you a question, Creek Zionists. Let's be intellectual about this. Let's say there were no immigrants at all. None. Would you be making more money in it?
That was the serious question. Well, but I was hoping she was going to ask me.
I think we were focusing on job side of it, but having
He was going to.
I don't know what the fuck that was. Anyway, yeah, so the job thing, man, you know, what the fuck, like, quit focusing on these illegal immigrants. Let's worry about Americans, man. That's why we gotta have focus on this.
Can I say this? Just like, you know, you even say yourself you don't want to get an extra 2 or 3 jobs. Who does? Let's be real. I would love for people to address the need that childless, unmarried people have. And although childless, unmarried people are basically invisible politically, there are things out there that, you know, that are needed, like the affordable housing, tax reform, you know, still need some form of retirement plan for individuals. But I don't know how much of that has been addressed amongst these 2 candidates, if any. Do you guys have any information on that? I've heard the jokes about what did they say? The cat lady or something like that. But has there been any serious discussions about it?
I mean, Kamala's talked about some weird federal programs for basically subsidizing housing, and, you know, that's going to be a train wreck. I don't want the federal government getting involved with any of that shit, because they ruin everything. Education, healthcare, you You fucking name it. If the government gets involved, they're gonna ruin it. So I don't want the government offering anything like federal subsidized housing like Kamala's offering.
Well, I mean, we already have federal subsidized housing, obviously, but what
She's, you know, like her, like she's saying, I'm saying.
what he's offering is, or proposing, is to build 3 million homes, and that would be on government, I guess government land in some way. Provide that, but to actually build the homes, it would be private companies building these homes.
I mean, that's a horrible idea. Let me give you an example of that, Michael. So up here in Montana, we have a thing called Indian reservations. They're everywhere. We have the Blackfoot Indian reservation where most of my family's born, because I'm Blackfoot Indian. We have the Crow Indian reservation. We have the Northern Cheyenne Indian reservation, the Rocky Boy reservation. You name it. All these fucking houses, man, are built there by the federal government, and they're supplied to these people. But they're not that great. Okay, they don't get taken care of. They start to turn dilapidated, and they take advantage of human nature. So these people, they offer a federal house, and they offer pretty okay health care, but that's the draw, man. You know, and these people are stuck on these reservations with no prospects of jobs, no nothing, because they're on the federal dole. You know, with the free house, it's pretty shitty, and some health care like they want. It's a big fucking welfare state. That's exactly what they want, is a welfare state, and it does not benefit these people. I'm telling you, my family, all of my cousins, all of my relatives, how they survive, how they benefit, how they leave the reservation. They have to join the military. They have to leave Browning, Montana, to be able to survive, because if not, they'll be stuck in that federal subsidized house for the rest of their fucking life with no jobs, no nothing, no prospects for a future. And that's what they want on a large scale federally. Kamala Harris is going to ruin us, dude, if she pulls that shit. You understand?
Yeah, but that's not what is being proposed. So
That's kind of what's being proposed. She wants federally subsidized housing on a large scale for Americans so they can go in there and then fucking, what more can the federal government do for us? What more can you do for us?
but these homes would be bought. They would be created by a private company, bought by private citizens, and just lived in. You know,
Not bought, because the bank owns it. They're subsidized. The bank owns it. I mean, there's something not bought by the Well, they're subsidized, man. So like they're not owned outright like you're suggesting. Like they're, you know, they don't make their payments. What if they don't? Which a lot of people aren't going to make them.
And the bank takes it away. It's like
we have a bunch of dilapidated housing that the federal government pays for. Yeah, okay, that's not how that works, man. Because when the house gets destroyed, and then the federal government has to go there and fix it, then it's just
federal government houses. They're owned by private citizens.
No, the private citizens can't afford those houses. If they're subsidized by the federal government is paying for it, so they can't afford it. They have to make the payments to be able to afford it, which will take 20 to 50 to 100 years, whatever, 80 years, 50 years. And in the meantime, they're destroying that house, destroying the value of that house. And if they don't make the payments, or they just fuck it up and leave, like happens all over these reservations, then the house gets destroyed. And the government just wasted a bunch of fucking money on that thing, man. This is a bad idea.
Well, this is a different idea. It doesn't have anything to do with reservations.
No, I'm just telling you that this is what's going to happen.
Federally subsidized houses. Federally subsidized the purchase of the house, so owned by individuals and built by private industry.
Built by private industry that has to get compensated. And who's going to compensate? The government, okay? The government. Because it has to get that money from the people that they're buying it over a 20 to 50 year period, you understand? That house is not
I just want to respond, sorry to interrupt you, said, Michael, just to respond to some of the chat. It does sound like a Kamala room. I agree. I blame Matt. I hate the way he lets the liberals come in this room and share and speak their mind.
If it was up to me, I would shut them down and kick them out. I want nothing to do with them. And once we take back the country from these weirdos, y'all are not invited to the table for solutions. However, the reason it sounds like this is because the MAGA movement has transformed the Republican Party into something else. You've seen compromise. Donald Trump basically is letting y'all have your little baby murders. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, a lot of Democrats are walking away from the Democrat Party, and they're coming over here, and we have to listen to their bull crap. All right, so I understand it does sound like that, and unfortunately, it's because we can't kick them all out because Matt enjoys this. He's some kind of sadist and enjoys listening to libtards. So trust me, we are all aware. It sounds like a freaking Kamala Harris report.
It sounds like a fair discussion to me with both sides being
Yeah, stop cutting our kids' general job. Stop giving our money to other countries. Stop letting people into our country unvetted. Stop digging with the elections. You already own the media. Leave our kids alone. God, fair. I'm done with fair. Y'all are crazy. I want nothing to do with it.
What I don't like back to that housing thing real quick is what's created is that all the Indians are it's like 90% of the Indians for some reason are Democrat voters because they on these reservations, and that's the federal government that put them on these reservations years ago, and now all of a sudden they overwhelmingly support these Democrats, because they keep on getting the fucking handouts. They get the check every month, and they get the health care, they get the house, and that's what they want. They want a bunch of Democrat voters. If they supply these houses, they're just going to get a bunch of Democrat voters. I really don't like their policies, but fuck, dude, they do have this house that they did subsidize, and I need to get this motherfucker taken care of. Actually, because the shit's not working and they don't want to come and fix it. So maybe if I, vote for these Democrats again, maybe my house that they subsidized and built will get fixed. Will get repaired. It's a vicious cycle. They're just going to create a bunch of voters. That's all they want to do here with these housing. Michael, every single Democrat city is proof of their failed policies. California is proof of the left's failed policies. Please, just for 1 second, the Black Americans have done this. For 1 second, step back and look at what the Democrats are doing to our country. There's no way you want to be a part of that. We have states. We have red states and a couple blue cities. So what the Republican runs? The biggest one in Texas I know of is Fort Worth. Yeah, and it's teetering because there's metropolitan population. Oh, that's a good name. It's easy to know. Good place to go. Dallas Fort Worth's a good place, yeah. There's a lot of growth. There's a lot of brain drain from the other states that are trying to get away from the nastiness. So yeah, it's good. It has its problems like any other huge city. But all I'm saying is the big cities are all Democrat. Like they're failing. Like let's try something different. Just keep in mind this. Actually, just keep in mind this, and I'll stop. Our goal, speaking from a conservative point of view, our goal is to make America the best it can be. We have a different way of getting to that goal than you do, but we do have that goal in mind. I think someone painted a picture for you that's not you necessarily as an individual, for the people. So
So we're painting some kind of picture that Republicans are greedy business owners. Well, maybe that was the case. I'm not saying that I'm vouching for the Republican Party everything they've ever done. I just want to point out since about 2015, the Republican Party has changed. We're pointing out rhinos. We're arguing amongst each other. We're trying to come up with the best plan, the best way to navigate the future, while being attacked the entire time, by the way. Anyway, it's just like Trump said, what the hell do y'all have to lose? Try this for a second. We're going to try really hard to do some cool stuff. We need all hands on deck. The last thing we need is some chicken head over there. We should be able to kill our babies. Or whatever they're into, whatever their little agenda is. Anyways.
That's true, man. For real. Like, it's hey, man, that's I love that at the end there. Kill our babies, for real. Yeah, really though, join the Trump train, man. Really, like, it's a phenomenon, man. You gotta jump on. Like, it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty awesome. You know? Well, you guys don't make it sound so bad.
What are you talking about when you say chicken head?
You know, people talking about it, like, it doesn't matter what they're saying.
They got
Yeah, I mean, this is why people, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man, what's your name?
Racist. You know what I'm saying?
We're racist now.
No, not here.
I got it.
You got me, man. You know, all that other stuff like that, Miss Adams, but you know what?
It's not enough evidence to say that you're racist.
You know what? I'm tired of the name calling too. Racist.
I mean, no. It's not enough. But I'm just saying,
no one brought racism up. You talk about America.
Watch that.
Y'all got tricked. There's my race card. Hey, there's my race card. Y'all got tricked by white liberal racists. Y'all got tricked. Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, they tricked y'all's bitch ass. Y'all keep voting for them. Y'all keep voting for them. You're willing to go to war for them. You're stupid and you're ruining the country.
Oh, take accountability, man.
Where's your room tonight?
I'm sorry. I was watching Michigan. And they lost. I'm disappointed, man.
Did you say the Alabama game? Did you say you watched that?
No, I didn't watch it, but I've been watching the highlights, man. And so the old folks is in the river now.
I saw the Swan came in here looking for you. That's why I was wondering where you they're probably wondering where you're at, but you probably had two devices. You probably fall between both of yours. I think I got you.
No, that's I wanted to say something else. That's not my other account. That's a troll that's trolling.
Are you serious though? Oh
yeah.
That's when you know the PhD, that's when you know you made it. When you have literally a duplicate of yourself going around. You be proud of that, man. Be proud of that.
And he has like recordings of my voice and everything, and so he goes to different rooms and he might cuss people out, and he causes all kind of havoc with my picture and name. I mean, whatever photo I have, he changes it to my photo. It's crazy.
That's some fucked up shit, actually. Damn, I'm surprised nobody guys go on.
Well, I know him. That's why I recorded, because I know him. You know what I'm saying? I just slide.
Hey, Wesley, what did Elon Musk move to in Texas? I don't even know.
Dude, he built a city.
down there on the southwest coast, he built his rocket building shit. He built a platform at one point and let NASA use his platform. So he made some money. He started getting contractors in there. Had to put on. He built a city.
Whereabouts? I don't know.
What's the name of it? Let me see.
It's down there.
Yeah, it's right next to the. He building. Even the first link that comes up, Elon Musk is planning a Texas utopia, his own town. Bastrop, BASTROP is where SpaceX manufacturing company is. I assume he's got some land down in Austin. Bastrop's just outside of Austin, so he's probably got land in Austin, the capital. What's the name of where they take off though? SpaceX.
They call it like Rocket City or something.
It's something like that. That's crazy. Starbase. It's called Starbase.
Yeah.
Starbase. That's what they do. I mean, Elon's going to be a great addition. I mean, I don't know why that's not a plus for people who are looking, at Trump and realizing that this guy probably will make things more efficient. I mean, he does quite a bit of things in his own, obviously with all his businesses and
because they call Trump Hitler, or they call Trump Mao, or they call Trump who I think is the most evil person ever that you can think of. They call Trump that, and that means anybody that aligns with him is immediately on the axis. So as soon as someone backs, I warn the RFK supporter crowd, they're pretty cool, man. A lot of them are a little more organic and nutty and whatever, spiritual and whatever, but they're cool. They're Americans. They're RFK team, and I gave my heads up. Whenever I found out RFK is going to be dropping out and going to back Trump, I couldn't believe it. I was talking to someone, and I warned them, and someone hit me up since. Luke, they are going to attack y'all. Like, y'all been running against Joe Biden, but on the same side, you're Democrats. As soon as y'all are like, hey, we're with Trump now, I want y'all to know you're going to get doxxed, you're going to get beat up if you wear the wrong drip. Wear your MAGA hat. You're going to be attacked, or your car's going to be broken into, your house, man. Like, they will consider you the enemy for backing this guy up. So as soon as Elon Musk bought Twitter and took away the dark web's communication systems, that's when it started. That's whenever they started pushing against Elon, and you started seeing dirt get thrown on him. Now that he's backing Trump up, they're gonna call him names, bro. They're gonna hate on him hard.
Hey, unpopular opinion, I'm just going to say it. I'm still, of course, I'm voting for Trump, and I like Elon Musk. Could he be the Antichrist? I mean, like, he owns Twitter and stuff like that. He wants to send us to Mars and fuck. I went on Twitter the other day. Man, have you seen that shit? Like, there's fucking murder. There's like death and destruction all over Twitter. It's like unfiltered. So like, I watched that guy from Palestine get crushed by that Iranian missile. It just fucking landed on him and just crushed him like an accordion. And ever since then, man, it's been recommending to me just horrible death videos, dude. And like, my algorithm caught that too. I watched something and then I know the free speech is in the First Amendment. And I always used to wonder, like, why didn't the founding fathers, knowing we were going to be taken over by treason, why didn't they make the Second Amendment? Hey, do not take this people's gun. These free people can have guns, not just the government. Why was that the first one? Well, they put freedom of press, freedom of religion, and free speech in the first one because that's the most dangerous thing we have. God, freedom of religion. God is the most dangerous thing that we have back in us. Free speech is dangerous, bro. And it's gross. And you might have been living in a bubble, which is good. Keep your kids in that bubble. Do not give them unrestricted access to the internet. But us as grown-ups, we need to know what's going on out there. And, unless we're all this fucking, like, all the, I don't mind, like, the Palestinian, it wasn't that graphic. It was almost like a video game. I mean, the guy got slapped by a
there's some horrible shit on Twitter, man, that I guess I gotta turn off because, but I like the free speech. I love the, unfiltered stuff where I'm not having to see, not getting the media bullshit, and I see that.
Just try to customize your settings to where you can see what you want to see. You should that's why you should curate your space. But as far as going back to this man, what I'll do sometimes, no matter if it's Putin, Trump, Elon Musk, whoever, whenever we get to these men that others think they literally think they're the evil, and I try to put myself in Elon Musk's position. If I had all the money and I had all these awesome businesses, and I believed in free speech, and I did the Twitter thing, I saw the Twitter files, I dropped them. All right, what would you do differently? And at that point, you have to ask yourself, well, would I censor videos that some might find disturbing? And eventually, you come to find out, even though you don't like the fact that you have that, I assume he doesn't like the fact that he has to do some of the stuff he has to do. But I don't think I would do too much different than how he's handling it. Same with Putin. Same with Trump during COVID or whatever. Give him the climax of the, what's the most stressful thing this man's been through? Right, and then what did he do? Right, I have the benefit of hindsight. What would I have done different? And usually, that's why I think these are good guys. This is why I think we got a dream team of men stepping up. We don't, and by the way, liberals, we don't look at these guys as saviors. Right? We've got about 100 million Americans. We're not all on the same page. We argue all the time. We are pushing a couple guys out in front of us. Hey, y'all got this. Get out. There are fullbacks. Get out there. We got your back. Don't do anything stupid. We got your back. Let's roll. And right now we got a little dream team. Anyways, what I was saying, Creekside, is just what would I do different if I was him? How would I move different? If you were Putin and Ukraine happened or whatever. What would I do if you were you can go the other way. If you were George Soros or World Economic Forum globalist type person, this makes it easy to start deconstructing the attacks that are taking place. If you wanted global control and you had all the money and you had most of the governments infiltrated and you had the media, what would be your next move in order for global domination? Because that's what we, the people of America, by the way, that's what we're pushing up against.
I agree. That's a great way to think of it. Because the whole COVID thing, I believe, was definitely a pandemic. They're trying to kill many birds with one stone with that whole thing. First of all, it was when I was always told that the globalists were going to take over the world and try to shrink the economy or shrink the population, I was always thinking, well, we could stand and fight, with our weapons, but they're pretty smart. With a virus, you don't have to, kick anybody's door down and fight them in a trench. You can kill them biologically, That was something that really threw me for a loop there. So that was really a test to see how effective a virus would be, just maybe 1%, fatal. But if they were to tweak it to 20% of fatal, then they could kill many thousands, millions. Now, that was one test there to see how effective it could be. Another thing was to see how many people would go along with it, how many, and I think a lot of people did and bought into it. And then how many people would take the vaccine, and a lot of people fucking did, this kind of a thing. And then they also hurt Trump's economy. They hurt what that man was trying to accomplish. And now I hear this all the time from people on the left. What did Trump do during the pandemic? He fucked up during the pandemic. His response during COVID, And so there was a lot of things that happened with that pandemic that was by the globalists. So I think you're right, man. I couldn't have made that shit up or thought of it myself, man. But that was a really sneaky thing. That what would I have done any differently if I was them? I mean, I would say it went off with a flying hitch, man. So you're right.
What's up, Dolan? We're on the stage.
Man, great job, man. Great job, man. See, man, you've been hanging around wrestling long, man. Great job. It's hope for you, man.
What, bro? I'm telling you, I know what I'm
I'm talking about, man.
I've been looking up the gas prices on purpose, right? And basically, because you were talking about the good old days of Montana when it was $1.89 or whatever, right? And so yes, gas prices were lower in 2019, and I'm just going with the national average was. National average was somewhere around 260. Well, actually, 231 in February of 2019. So it was fairly low.
That's pretty low.
Okay. Now, once the pandemic came, it was up to $2.50 nationally. Okay, started rising. The pandemic is kicking ass, taking names. Okay, kicking more ass, taking names. Gas prices started to rise to $2.80 by March of 2021. Right?
After Joe Biden gets in office, because in his first week in office, he literally stopped the Keystone XL pipeline. He ended a bunch of federal drilling on federal lands and stuff. Man, he literally within 1 week implemented a green policy. So that's why you're seeing the prices go up, dude. Not because of the climate.
The pandemic was still kicking ass, taking names.
The pandemic, you gotta say it right. The pandemic.
So it was going up. Prices was going up. They got to a high it was up there to $4.77 by July 4th, 2022.
Because of Joe Biden, buddy. Joe Biden.
It was the pandemic was literally, and then I gotta look at when the war in Ukraine started. And so the supply line for gasoline was low. Was affected by that. So the war in Ukraine. And
what do you mean? Like we were drilling before then. We were drilling our own oil and gas, my friend. Man,
the goal is not to be drilling oil and fucking up the land.
Listen, have you ever been to North Dakota, man? You ever been to North Dakota? It's a vast wasteland of nothingness but flat, fucking barren. Dude, it's flatter than fuck. These ranchers love it. These ranchers love it because they get compensated for it greatly. They get compensated for this much. Trust me, man, I'm up here. I worked in the Bakken oil field, dude, for 2 years. I worked in North Dakota, man. I worked for Neighbors as a deckhand, man, in workover rigs. I worked pipelines for Joe Max. I worked pipelines for Massie McCollum. Dude, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I will list you right now 6 reasons why Joe Biden made the prices of gas more expensive. Okay, 6 reasons right here.
Russia. Hold on. Okay, let me finish now. Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. So gas was going to go up either way at that time. Okay.
No, man, it wasn't, dude. You gotta understand, okay? Joe Biden has this policy where he wants to be net zero carbon emissions by 2050, okay? So his policies are designed to make it more expensive to produce fossil fuels. And I'll list 6 reasons for that, man. 6 reasons of him designing it to be more expensive to produce fossil fuels, which affects our gas prices, okay? 1 is Biden's measures include halting the new permits for drilling and lease some federal lands. Okay, this is within 1 week of him becoming in office. 2, shutting down the planned Keystone Pipeline, XL Pipeline, which 500 people at least lost their jobs, but I think thousands. 3, proposing the end of tax credits for new drilling and exploration projects. 4, oil field companies, which need to have those tax credits, man. I'm telling you, because there's even more oil underneath the Bakken oil field. I don't want to get straight off. So that's 3. 4, tighten regulations on oil and loosened gas tighten regulations on oil and gas loosened by Trump. So there was
And then 6, he pushed for the ban of fracking on the state level. New York and California actually have banned it. And then actually 7, I'll throw in 7. He's pushed for renewable resources, and he's focused on it so much, man. But it only produces 13% of our energy needs, man. Like actually less. It's like 12.5%, man. I mean, this guy is totally affecting our gas prices, you know, man. Anybody who says, President doesn't have that, like, what?
But the combination of us stop drilling, we were going to stop drilling anyway.
No, we
never became.
Yeah, but we're never going to stop drilling.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, whoever became the Democratic president, the Democratic nominee, was going to stop drilling. That's the ideology of Democrats. So if we just disagree ideologically, then that's one thing. I understand. I don't want us drilling, and I didn't want the Keystone Pipeline. So that's an ideological difference.
But when renewable energy like wind and solar is only supplying 13% of our energy needs, without oil and gas and coal, how do you supply that other 87?
We've been getting our oil from places. I mean,
that's a bad thing, though, man. That's a bad thing. So we're actually enriching places like Russia. So we're supposed to be fighting against Russia and winning against Ukraine, but we're buying oil from them and enriching them. That's a bad thing. Or Saudi Arabia, same fucking thing, man. I mean, they're not really our friends. Saudi Arabia actually doesn't give a fuck about us, and they're a big sponsor of terrorism themselves, just like Iran. Not quite as big as Iran, but yeah, Saudi Arabia, man, is not our friend. They're not our friend. You know, so we should not be doing this, man. I'm telling you, PhD.
What I'm saying is that ideologically, I don't want us drilling. So
what's your problem with that?
Because that's fucking up the land.
Dude, have you ever been to North Dakota?
No, I don't plan on going.
That's what I'm saying.
The Keystone Pipeline was not just going to North Dakota. It was stretching, if I'm not mistaken, all the way down past Kansas and Nebraska, right? It was going all the way down.
Yeah, but pipelines are safer than trains. You know, trains carrying them, man. Like
the Native Americans didn't want it.
The few Native Americans, man. The few Native Americans, and trust me, I hate to say this, my family's all from reservations, and I got a friend whose wife is from that area, man, and those Indians treat their fucking land like shit. That was just some bullshit that they were pulling, man. Like, and if you remember, they left their elderly there. You know, they left a bunch of tent cities there and a bunch of elderly people and dogs and shit, dude. Like, they didn't give a fuck about that place. But I'm going to tell you this, PhD. You ever come to North Dakota, you're going to see why. You're going to look around and not see a fucking hill for miles. You're going to say, holy fuck, dude, this wind is blowing me over. And there's going to be ranchers, man, that love for an oil field to come to them and say, sir, I believe you got a high concentration of oil here. If you let me pump on your land, I'll build you a right of way. I'll build you a new driveway, and I will give you at least $40,000 per month for the rest of your life. That's what we're talking about here, man. These guys are getting $40,000 for the rest of their lives, man. You know, I mean, this money is incredible, and this land is better than it was when they left it, man. But they'll leave like an oil-filled, pump site there. You know, what I'm telling you, man, this is like vast wastelands of fucking prairie, dude. It's kind of a shithole. This is a concentration of oil. And there's even more underneath the Bakken oil field, man. This is oil and gas for literally hundreds of years. Like it's 400 years they estimate, man. I mean, that's just the Bakken, but there's one even bigger underneath it. So trust me, it's not hurting anybody's feelings. It's not destroying any fucking land. It's actually benefiting these ranchers, man, and it's benefiting you and me.
I'm reading here. Most of our imports of oil come from Canada and Mexico. We don't even get that much oil from the OPEC. I mean, we get roughly 11% come from OPEC nations, and 7% come from Russia.
Thank you. See that?
65% from Canada and Mexico.
And we shouldn't be buying anything from Russia. If we're, isn't that a little bit fucked up? I mean, if we're supposed to be, even though I'm against this whole Ukrainian war, if we're supposed to be against the Russians and supposed to be destroying them and supposed to be, stopping this whole fucking thing, why are we giving them 7% away? You think about 7%. Why don't you look up how much 7% in oil revenue that is, man? I mean, that's probably millions, man. That's got to be. On that scale, it's got to be hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, man.
I get it, but that's just business.
That's ethical, though, PhD. That's not ethical, man. I mean, you think it's about throwing in some shit? No, hold on.
What I'm saying is that
Russia.
Hold on, Chris. I don't. The fact that we get some oil from them is because we're the number one consumer of oil.
But we don't ever do that when we've got so much fucking oil here, you understand? And listen,
I don't want us drilling in our land, fucking up the land. Fucking up the environment.
Dude, listen, these are shithole places, man. Bad places, PhD. I don't know what to tell you.
And if we start drilling in North Dakota, we're going to want to start drilling in New Orleans. We're going to want to start drilling here.
No, man, there has to be oil. There has to be large concentrations of oil for this to happen, man. I mean, you don't just drill everywhere like it's a water well. There has to be fucking oil there, man. I mean, come on. Like, listen, this is North Dakota as a state wants this. North Dakota schools, they benefit from it, man. When I grew up, Montana schools were shit. North Dakota schools, they had lots of money. Gillette, Wyoming, they had lots of money because they actually invested in coal. Coal they had pools. When I went to my little sister's graduation in Gillette, Wyoming, I was jealous as fuck, dude. They got a fucking Olympic-sized pool and shit. They got great weight rooms. They got, way more money than we do because their schools benefit from it. Their colleges benefit from it. The whole state benefits from tapping into these energy resources. And North Dakota's the same way. And it's fucking bullshit that we're not doing this, man. We need to be drill, baby, drill, like Trump said. And you shouldn't worry about this, PhD, because listen, if you're so worried about the environment, if Russia's drilling all the way over there across the fucking ocean, aren't they still fucking up the environment that you live in? Aren't they? So, come on, man. If Russia's going to be doing it even dirtier than we are. That's the problem with these different countries. They might be doing it cheaper. Yes. By the time it ships over here, it's not going to be cheaper. But they might be pulling it out of the ground cheaper, but they're going to be doing it dirtier. And
I'm not expert on, but we can't drill our way into energy independence.
Oh, definitely we can. We did with Trump. Trump actually had us energy independent. That's totally false, man. You don't even know how much oil we have, dude. We got fucking so much oil in the rocky oil. That's totally true, man. We got so much oil. We have I think we actually have more oil than any other country in the entire world, man. But we have one of the highest concentrations of oil in the entire world. We're definitely up there, top 5, man, if not top 3, if not number 1. I'm telling you to look up the Bakken oil field, and there's one even bigger underneath there, dude. This is no bullshit. I worked up there, man, for years. PhD, we can totally drill ourselves to energy independence. Don't let these liberals lie to you. Don't let this MSNBC bullshit.
I'd like to read, man. Let me look, man. The truth is that the U.S. was never close to genuine independence from foreign energy in the Trump era. Okay?
More sources, my friend. What is more sources?
Before and after Russian invasion of Ukraine.
What's your sources?
Gas prices. Bears Republicans bash President Joe Biden for
what's your source right here, my friend? What's your source? What you reading from?
I'm reading from CNN.
Okay, so that's a problem right there. You can't be reading from CNN.
I can find something else. Hold on. Politico, all right?
Politico is even it's better, but it's bad. It's black.
Come on, man. Everybody can't be lying, man. See, what's going on, man?
You can't just go on the headline at Google and go get the fucking CNN and political. These are left.
Tell me somebody's more fair, man.
What?
Tell me who's more fair. Okay, let me give you some options.
What's the question exactly? How do you want to phrase it? You ask.
You said Trump had us energy independent.
Yes.
Okay. Now, independent means we did not depend on no foreign sources of energy.
Yep.
Okay. Now, PolitiFact, Houston Public Media. There's all types of things that say that's not true. It's a lie. It's a lie, man. Don't you see the people lying to you, man?
No way, dude.
They lie, man.
No, listen, look at this here. Look at this, okay? So this is what sucks, man, is that, PhD, I have to go to Yandex. Because Google has been, they're scrubbing a lot of information, and literally, it's all liberal fucking bullshit facts, man. I have to go to DuckDuckGo and Yandex to get my information. It's just crazy shit, but that's the way it is. This is literally I'm reading right here, man, all these headlines here, but if you want me to read you one right now, I will. Trump gave us American independence, so this is from the Gazette Teller, this June 5th, 2024. For the first time in nearly 7 decades, America stood as a net energy exporter, a testament to unleashed potential within our nation's oil and natural gas industry. So the first time in 7 decades, America stood as a net energy exporter. So we are energy independent. The United States achieved a remarkable milestone of energy independence. And so that's for the first time in 7 decades. So I'll keep on reading here. So a net energy exporter, a testament to our unleashed potential within our nation's oil and natural gas industry. Under the leadership of Donald Trump, a populist conservative who championed the cause of working class and business community alike, this achievement reshaped the landscape of American prosperity. So, what happened with Joe Biden, though, is he completely fucking turned that around. Under Trump, America held the title of world's leading producer of both oil and gas. The number speaks volumes. Record high natural gas production, a 3-year streak of being a net natural gas exporter, and an export capacity nearing 10 million cubic feet per day. This surge in production not only bolstered our energy security, but so if you want to read this, man,
I had to get some clarification. Okay, you are correct. Not on energy independence, but we became a net exporter of energy. So we
don't know. But what that means is what that means is that we had so much excess oil and gas that we were actually
calm down, simmer down. Now, but we don't meet all, and we have kept that going
energy that only makes.
However, the data for crude oil, which is used to manufacture gasoline, which for many consumers is most important, did not follow the same pattern as energy overall. For crude oil, imports outpaced exports in each of the 4 years Trump was president, as well as in Biden's first 2 years.
You're getting this from CNN, man, or Politico.
Man, we can look, man. Look, I don't care where you look. Look, we imports outpace exports for crude oil. So we not energy independent, man. We still importing oil from somebody.
Oh yeah.
Well, why would we be importing energy?
That's why we got to drill, baby, drill, right? We become energy independent.
Well, no, but I don't want us to. What's up, though, my boy? I don't want us to drill, but look, that's the difference of between.
Well,
and I'm not saying
you're in a privileged position to say that you don't need gas prices to be lower because you're getting by okay. For someone like me in Creekside, we can't afford to have gas prices where they are.
Well, first of all, you don't know if I'm in a privileged position, but I will say
if you don't want drilling and you don't want gas prices lower, that's speaking from a position of privilege.
The research says that, well, I will say this, I am privileged a little bit, but the research says that no matter what, we wouldn't become crude oil independent, and so the Ukraine war is going to affect the oil prices. Now, why are you still getting gas? I just bought a brand new electric vehicle, man. So no longer am I going to give away free money
because I can't obey that, PhD. You didn't listen. You never got actually.
When you are still driving in a gasoline car, you are crazy.
After you figured in how much you're going to have to pay for, like, when you've got it completely paid for, and how much you pay to charge it and stuff, it's actually more expensive right now because the car. How much you pay for that car? How much you pay for it?
It takes oil and gas. It takes fossil fuels to run the chargers that recharge the electric cars.
What are you saying?
Okay, what I'm saying is a charger, it can run on a solar farm, but the solar farm needs to be gigantic and it covers up a lot of land. Most chargers, electric car chargers, can't run unless they're on fossil fuels, essentially. Most of them are running on fossil fuels.
Okay, but that's not the point. The point was that I don't have to buy gasoline anymore.
Yeah, but
right now.
How many jobs, if we went all electric, how many jobs would you got?
Now, we're going to start creating more jobs.
How?
Not in. We are both here in the great state of Michigan, so I'm well aware of the politics here. The EV industry is now becoming a private industry here. Okay? Now, we just got a Creekside, man. Is your credit good, Creekside? Okay. Hold on, man. You gotta settle down.
I don't want to pass over what I just said. You said there will be jobs that are created. That's what I keep hearing from the Democrats, but they haven't said what jobs are created.
They're going to be EV plants.
You're going to go down to the audience and do the intro again. Go ahead, PhD.
Let me just say something real quick, and I'll stop for a long time. We need all forms of energy. We need to be investing in all, including nuclear. I'm done.
Okay, right now we're building a $3 multi-billion EV projects in Michigan. Okay, so
right. So, you know who just bought Chrysler? Stellantis. Where is Stellantis located? Where is it?
information is, but
Italy.
I see Stellantis every day just coming as week in Auburn Hills.
And it's shit.
So I don't look. Michigan. I'm reading right now from Michigan Bridge. Michigan State and EV transformation includes $1 billion already spent on 5 subsidy awards, and including 4 motor companies, battery plant, and Marshall. So far, the projects have created around 200 jobs. Okay, so they coming. Just calm down. Just calm down.
Stellantis just bought out Chrysler.
I understand that, but it's not the end of the world.
Stellantis bought right? Things like 5 years ago.
So guys, if I may, can I say something about oil import?
Sure.
1 second. Bring that with what did you say?
I think Stellantis bought out Chrysler about 5 years ago.
No, it just went through in the end of August. Was official.
Oh wow. That's officially gonna like that sucks, man. Stellantis is terrible.
Dude, my dad was retired from Chrysler in July, and then Stellantis bought it out, and I was like, and they had offered all these buyouts for, people that had been there as long as my dad. And my dad finally took the buyout. They've been trying to buy a bunch of people out, like people that are high salary employees, to get them out of it.
Yep.
It's sad.
It is sad, man. I mean, that's why. And like in the meantime, Dodge products, Chrysler products are going to shit. Absolute shit.
The other thing is, we don't have enough charging stations for everyone to switch over to electric.
I mean, our electrical grid can't support that. Like, I don't know if people know this, but our electrical grid is not
power generation. We don't have.
No, we don't.
In California, when it gets hot, when the temperature goes hot in California, they tell people, please don't charge your cars.
I've never heard a politician say we couldn't do something. Are those lies?
So guys, in the United States will never be independent. This is gross. And what I'm trying to say is that the United States is not going to be ever independent from importing foreign oil. And that's because...
Let me get on my map. Are you born here?
No. And that's because the refineries that refining oil are tuned on foreign oil. So they are importing oil because if they want to use the domestic oil, they have to do a lot of adjustment to the refineries, and they have to replace the license of the refineries, and there's a lot to do, and there's a huge investment. So
That's like it's that drill baby drill. When you get to office, we're gonna drill baby drill. We're gonna
No, but we are importing oil at the same time we are swapping.
American product that we not import that we are self-reliant on?
No, we are swapping oil.
That we completely reliant on U.S. Now, that's great to have enough oil reserves, great. But I'm fairly confused that out of oil, we're able to do that, and we have no other product I can think of that we just solely produce ourselves.
So United States has enough oil. So United States has enough reserve for the next 200 years.
Yep.
And people
Kieran,
will not run out of oil.
1 second. I heard you, Gabby, like very.
Yes, yeah, that comment. Now she's got me thinking, like, what product are we solely producing ourselves that's domestically made that we don't import?
I mean, it's nothing wrong with my mindset.
Like cranberries? I mean, what do we grow that?
But I'm being honest, it sounds real black and white.
You made a comment, hold on. You made a comment, you got me thinking. And there's smart people in this room. Think of what product do we make solely domestically that we don't import?
Guys, I'm very sorry to interrupt
Here. I'm sorry if you're interrupting. Abby, the only thing that I know that we make here is, I don't know if you've heard of that website, Etsy.com. All my places that. Yeah, that's really it. So anything there.
I mean, there's food products that we don't import that are domestic.
I mean, obviously weapons, but that's how.
Corn,
Commodity. What commodity?
corn, crops.
Crops. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Yeah, so the struggle on that's real. I get it. There's no black and white answer. Maybe we do have some oil reserves that we can tap into in our nation. That's fine. But let's be honest, we're going to be importing. I think it's just, unrealistic to say that we won't have, imports when we do most of our GDP or everything we have here is imported.
Exactly. So very important, but also important at the same time. So like say, this is the deal. So it's very common. It's called swapping. So for example, they get oil at the border of Canada, and they sell oil in the Gulf of Mexico, Port of Houston, right? So that's called swapping. So the same amount that they're importing, they're also exporting. And they're importing because of the refineries. But for the first time, during the Donald Trump term, the United States became independent. But independent not with in the meaning that they were not importing oil. They were importing oil, but more than the amount that they were importing, they were also exporting. So that was it. But
so I literally can just say right now, I walked down Hollywood Boulevard in a MAGA hat. If anybody wants to ask me questions, that was like that. It was crazy. It was crazy.
No, tell us all about it.
Did you see the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode when he has the MAGA hat? He's trying to sit and he doesn't want anyone to bother him. Like he's trying to keep space around the counter, so he puts the MAGA hat on so that people will stay away from him. Just made me think.
What happened now? I have Trump Vance flag hanging on my porch.
We love that. Adam, did you just tell me that my idea of going to Kamala, rally, get together with Democrats? You would have did that.
Yeah, just like the hate speech. As I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard, it was crazy. All of the hate speech, it's so crazy.
So people were jerking you up or what?
I mean, I was called a Donald Trump faggot. I mean, every name in the book. Every name in the book. It was crazy. In liberal Los Angeles. It's great. Right outside of Jimmy Kimmel's. I literally made it a point to buy a MAGA hat right off of Hollywood and Highland. I literally told the room I was going to do this earlier. And I wanted to see what the reaction would be. And it's so crazy that in liberal Hollywood, the second you put on the red hat, everybody just goes crazy. It's so crazy.
Oh yeah, it's like the Clubhouse chat warriors, like that.
You don't get any compliment at all?
There's no way. That happens every day. It doesn't have to be a MAGA hat or red or blue, whatever your party is. I think you're going to trigger anybody who can come out with politics.
Why are people getting triggered though? What
the value in HR 101 is, if you don't want people to feel some kind of way good at politics, folks, it's the whole conversation is asking.
I'm not at work. I'm literally walking. I went to go get. Hello. This is crazy.
You have the right to wear whatever you want to wear, and nobody should harm you. That is the law. But you are
Yeah, stop it. How big are you? Like, just like I want my shit around Missoula and no one fucks with me.
You already know. Just don't do that. Not expect people to respond positively or negatively. If you want to attract attention, especially it's like wearing the wrong jersey for the Super Bowl, you're either going to attract negative or positive attention.
I mean, why can I not walk down Hollywood Boulevard? I live in the neighborhood. This is my home. This is literally my home. This is literally my home. So again, if I want to walk down Hollywood Boulevard in a fucking MAGA hat, I should feel safe. And quite frankly, I did not feel safe.
How big are you? How big? Like, what's your stature? Because like, I'm 6.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, I should feel safe. I should feel safe. So again, everybody wants to.
I mean, not just safe. You should wear.
Yeah, one for.
Yeah, like.
If you put on a dress, you would be welcome.
By the way, in Vegas, you see them all over the place. People wear them very comfortably here, and walk through casinos with them on. You see them. Like, you should absolutely have pride if you want to wear that, or whatever political symbol you want to wear.
I just wanted to add here a little bit. I'm an IT person actually, and mostly I'm dealing with Americans. Most of our clients actually, and this is my personal opinions. One thing what I always name that one sir was saying that yes, America definitely depending on lot of importing the oils, and they will be keep on doing that.
Put in the chat, Made in America store, where everything you buy in the store is you're self-reliant on.
Square market.
I don't know, it was something I found on the internet, I put it in there.
Square market. Yeah.
Same thing?
Yeah.
I'd like to think that your Thanksgiving dinner is all made in America. Like your can of cranberry, or, all the products that you buy are made in America for Thanksgiving.
I don't know if it's at Walmart and a lot of us from China.
You think so? Go for what you eat.
So man, so I hate to bring up this love fest for MAGA, okay? But I would be so glad when Trump loses. Because we need to go back to just, if we win, I'm going to take it like a man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna want to, I'm not going to cry that it was stolen and all that. Hey, I'm going to take it like a G. All right? Now, but when he loses, we're going to be done with all this. I think MAGA, he just going to disappear. And I'm just waiting for him to disappear so we can get back to the normal Republicans. Man, dare I say, like George H.W. or somebody like that?
The warmongers?
Yeah, the warhawks, you want that?
Normal was not working before. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm not the Republican, but
are you fucking with us? I'm serious. I think you just
flip all of this. No, I'm just flipping. It seems like to me, and I'm just saying, like
the guy I was telling you about, fucking Peter of the Libs, weird ass dude, PhD.
What's the
He wants to lay down and be quiet with the old fucking, guard, the old Republicans who lay down and be fucking snakes.
We're fighting for the species, folks.
Yeah,
this is not a fun and games.
PhD was speaking.
What's the press been since his speech today? You guys followed any of the pundits on it? Where the numbers are?
Dark MAGA is trending in my timeline on X. I thought that was pretty.
I mean, I looked at the Vegas odds this morning, but not post his speech. And he had gone up in the last 48 hours anyway. But I was curious. I have to look at the odds and see if it's.
I have a question. Do you think that guy's been here all day? I mean, he's trolling like. Do you think he's just like playing mind games, or like how could anybody possibly be happy with bringing government in that just wants to control everyone and devalue the dollar and go to war? What kind of person could have like one brain cell, and that's what?
Well, in many instances, the free market isn't working. Like the free market is not working for a lot of people with housing. It's not working with healthcare. So sometimes you do need some government intervention to help people afford things. I mean, for me, the Affordable Care Act has been good for me. Now, it may depend on what state you live in as to whether or not it's good for you. Marshall was saying the other day that the Affordable Care Act in this state is terrible. It's way too expensive. Colorado is very affordable.
You got to go deeper, man. You got to look at inflation, the printing of the currency that's devaluing your dollar, and the very large hands that are buying up property and then raising maximum rents. So there's this consolidation right on the top, and the government spending trillions of dollars, which is turning your dollar into nothing. So that's the issue. You can't look at it microscopically. You've got to look at the long game. The government has a credit rating, which is how we sell our bonds, and it's already gone down. And if you look at communist countries, how it's done, they pressure the middle class into the lower class so they can get people to sign their rights away and give up their freedoms. This is the tactic. So I think there's different forces at work. Just because you're not, you don't have to be a corporatist just because, you think that government can help people. It doesn't mean that we should go 180 degrees in the other direction. We have to create opportunity, lower the taxes, stop the government spending completely out of it, stop inflation, and produce as much natural resources as we can. Yeah, we have a ton of oil, gas, coal, shale. That's what we have. It's liquid gold. We have a ton. But the people controlling the energy industry, they don't want that stuff to come out because it's going to bring prices down. And then we'll prosper. It's a very simple formula. If you hate everything about Trump, love the fact that he's going to turn us into an economic powerhouse just by releasing our energy.
That's what I was trying to explain to PhD, but he didn't want to have it. He sat here and I had that shit for hours, man. It's simple.
Yeah, I think he was fucking with us. He can't possibly go by the name PhD and be so economically moronic. And he even said early on that I don't really have a position, but I think sometimes what academic guys do is they just pick a side just to stimulate the conversation. And 8 hours ago, I thought that was the case, but he's been here for 10 fucking hours. After a while, you start to wonder, right? You start to wonder what's the real one.
No, like a week ago, man, he was advocating that we need to pay just higher taxes to bring down our national debt. That we need to pay higher taxes for, if we want more services, we just need to pay higher taxes. Like, you really believe this shit. Like, you have to explain.
Do you understand how taxes work? Does he even know the difference between income tax and capital gains tax and what tax is?
I mean, 2 years he stood on this hill arguing about that shit. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. It was for 2 fucking days he stood on the hill arguing. And there was people on the left who were arguing, like, dude, like, you want more tax, you have more services. It's simple. We just gotta pay more taxes. It's like, dude, you're fucking crazy, man.
You know what? He can go to China. He won't own anything, and he can pay 100% tax. They have a flight to China out of his city every day. He can go live there and leave us the fuck.
That's what I'm saying, man. It just doesn't make sense with that shit.
He's a communist. He's a communist.
And what just sucks is that he won't move on nothing. Like, he'll just fucking, no, man. Like, no. For 2 fucking days, he argued about how we just need to pay more taxes if we want more shit from our government. And if we want more services, and if we want to bring down our national debt, there's more taxes. And then one motherfucker who was agreeing with him, but he just sat there and argued with everybody for 2 days. It was crazy shit.
The only good thing I'll say is when somebody takes a hard position, it forces us to think and voice our opinions and, create our, expose our common sense, right? It gives us a forum when somebody says something that's so stupid and so easy to disprove. And so it helps us, shine our knives to a certain degree to have clarity on why what he's saying. I mean, that's just the stupid. I mean, can't they just stop spending? What do you mean spend more and take more? I mean, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, that's what I was thinking. I came in there, I thought he was trolling, but this guy was serious. I was like, dude, what logic do you think that's okay? We need to pay more tax? And he didn't believe me when I told him that I pay 21% tax with the federal, and then with state I pay 8% tax. When we got Social Security taken, and we got all these fucking hidden taxes every time I go to the pump. I'm paying about 31% taxes. That motherfucker didn't believe me, man. Like,
in California, it's as high as 55.
Yeah, I mean, go to the highest tax rate. You go to 37%, and then add in, yes, if you're in California, add another 13% on top of that. And that's before you spend your money. When you're spending your money, and then your sales tax on top of that at 9%. 9%. So take that dollar, and now you chop that dollar off to 45 cents. Now you have 45 cents to spend, but you got almost 10% of it that's go through the math. It's sales tax. So you really have 40 cents maybe to spend of your dollar.
Yeah, that's great. And so, and he also tried claiming.
Keep going. I'm not done. Keep going. I mean, then you get property tax.
You'll depress us. It's intangible taxes, probate, estate, capital gains.
Then you die, and you give that 40 cents to your kid, and they got to pay 20 cents on the 40 cents that you left them. So of the dollar that you earned, there's 20 cents left.
That's crazy. And then he also tried claiming that anybody who makes $50,000 or less pays no taxes.
Not true.
You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck? I make $31,000 a year, dude, because I only get to work 8 months out of the year. I get, then I get laid off because I'm a landscaper. So I only get $31,000 a fucking year, dude, and I pay. Like I told him, 28-30% tax, dude. Like, he didn't believe me, though. Like, okay.
Yeah, so one of the problems with inflation is that people, if they make more, they get pushed into a higher tax bracket as well. So even though you're getting the same eggs that cost $4, now they're $8. Now because your income is $50,000 instead of $25,000, you're buying the same product, but your tax bracket increases. How's that for a bunch of?
Yeah.
So my question is, you said you're a landscaper. Now I get you're laid off for the 3 months. Why don't you transition, or why doesn't landscapers? And I might be wrong, and I know it might not snow a lot in your area, but I know there's a lot of work in the winter if it does snow. I don't know where you're at.
Montana, but there's less snow here than ever, man. Like, but because there used to be quite a bit of snow. Like even 20 years ago. Right. So like, you know, this guy, man, spent all this equipment and shit, and basically for the last 3 years he hasn't had shit for snow removal. And so this company here, they don't do that. Like they find it cheaper because you think about it, man. Like it's kind of a shitty thing, but they only pay me 21. Yes, because they only have to pay me 70% of my wages. I only get 70% of what I would be getting. I make after taxes. I make $2,700 per week. But when I'm drawing unemployment, I'm only going to be able to make 70% of that. So like, and so really, man, like I was breaking it all up. I might make $21 an hour, but I was calculating it. If I was to be full time, well, basically someone who was full time at $15 an hour makes more than me, and so like because I'm only making $31,000 a year, because you know, yeah, and so it's a fucking bitch, man. You know, it's.
I agree. I'm a truck driver, and you're talking about all this stuff. Yes, I may make 70 to 80,000 a year, which used to be a good middle income thing, but I'm taxed at, like you said, I'm in Pennsylvania, so I'm taxed at the 28 or 26 plus the federal, so we're about the 30-something percent. Then you buy everything. The cost of like eggs went up, so even at 80,000, $2 and something eggs became $2 eggs. Ground beef became $8. Instead of $8, it's now $19 at one point. Now it's gone back down $11. So instead of 3 pounds of ground beef being $9.99, it's now $12.99. So that increase obviously in the taxes or whatever the fuck they want to call it, inflation, but it's not really, it's because as a truck driver, the cost of goods have went up. Yet they're hurting the truck drivers at the same time because these brokers are undercutting us, and the rates used to be a lot better, and the brokers are starting to make more money off of it with not even having the return on their company or the return on the trucking industry the way they need to, because the owner of the truck, I'm a company driver, but the owner of the truck can't even make enough to cover sometimes the cost of fuel in a week nowadays, because during the pandemic it went crazy, and the drivers were making a lot, but then the brokers said, oh no, wait, these people are starting to take the rates lower and lower and lower when they still get a good rate. But the cost of goods have gone up, and now it costs for me to even qualify to buy a home, I need to have at least 110. That's the new middle class. 110 to 125 is the new middle class. I'm on the lower end of the middle class at 60,000, 70,000, which is crazy. That used to be enough. You could buy a house over $55,000 at one point. Now the houses and prices increase so much you can't even buy a house at $60,000, $80,000.
Wait, hold on. When could you buy a house for 60, 80 grand? That must have been like the 1940s.
Not the price of the house.
Okay, well, Jandy can do that, man. 10 years.
I was saying that income to buy a house. So you used to be able on a $60,000, $70,000 income, you could buy a house. Right now, it's 110 income to buy a house. That's what I was getting at. So I am on the lower middle income, lower end of the income, what is it, middle class, where you used to be able
Pennsylvania. That's pretty interesting. So are you driving through Pennsylvania a lot?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so like what does it look like on the ground over there? Do you see more Trump signs or Harris?
I just was on the turnpike. I just came from Indiana and Kentucky and all that. Majority on the turnpike right now, actually the Pennsylvania turnpike doesn't have too many, but on the other roads, majority of it is Trump signs. I barely saw any Biden when I was driving when Biden was going, but majority of them were Trump. And there are occasional ones that say Trump is selfish or whatnot, but majority of it, even if it says Trump is selfish, guess what the writing is in big letters, Trump. And to me, that's just promoting Trump. Trump will go for that any other day. Someone said the statue that was in Las Vegas, the 38-foot statue or whatever, that person, if someone doesn't realize negative publicity for Trump is positive for him. He'll look at that, the naked picture, because we did in 2016 that the lady painted a picture with the bad short penis and all that. All that is positive for him because guess what? It keeps him in the news. And he's one of those that are like, look at that and see positivity in it, even though he should see negative. And someone was telling me, well, if we put a big thing of Kamala Harris naked with her kids showing and all this and all that, we would have a problem with it because the blacks will think it's this and that and all that. I'm like, well, Trump doesn't think anything negative of this. The Republicans, yeah, we don't like it, but it is positive for Trump because it keeps him fresh. And that's what I'm saying. All the road signs here, majority of them that I hear from supported road signs. And Bucks County may flip from being blue to red this time around. And there's a bakery, I don't know if you know this, but there's a bakery that does a lot of election stuff, and football, sports, Super Bowl. Well, the bakery, when the DNC, the debate was on, and they had cookies for Kamala and Trump, they sold out of their Trump cookies and barely sold any Kamala cookies in that town of Bucks County. And they're usually right for elections, they're usually right for stuff like that. And it's big, and it's national kind of, even though they're not really sold nationally for those kind of things. But it's a local bakery that's very known for what they do, their cookies, and usually it's a good prediction of how things are going to go.
Well, I hope it goes good. We need the man.
Even though I'm lower middle class, Trump isn't for me because he seems to care about the country, making us first and keeping us from spending money on foreign stuff. And we don't need to be supporting all these wars or everything.
So have you always been Republican?
Yes. I grew up with a Christian background, Christianity, and I don't follow it right now. I haven't followed it in years. But Christianity or whatnot, and pro-life has always been part of the thing there. And that's usually a Republican because a lot of Republicans are for pro-life, and a lot of Christianity is. I know there are some that don't believe that or don't do that. They do whatever.
Great seeing you.
Yeah, you two guys. Everyone have a good night.
Yeah.
Good talk to you weekend, you know.
I'm still here.
You're still here.
I was trying to follow the house, but I'm not part of the house. I don't have a red ticket, do I?
No, I think you're part of the house. So what did you guys think about Trump's speech?
Which one?
Today.
Today with Elon, I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. I wish I heard it, man. But they did have a lot to talk about. Someone kind of go over it for me?
Well, a lot of it was immigration, you know, that's always a hot topic for him, but as it's getting closer to the election, he's kind of getting like more relaxed. Like I thought he was pretty relaxed today. It seemed like he had, it just seemed like he was in the groove. And he kind of he knows what he has to offer to the American people. He knows what the other side doesn't have to offer, and you know, and that I mean he's right about a lot. You know, I mean the fact that if he doesn't get elected and these corporatists take over the government, it's going to be bad.
Yes. And I think this was big right around before the Democrats convention. It might have been a little before. NATO was having a meeting. They were trying to get things in a line before Trump took office because they know how Trump is. And they're not against Trump. NATO isn't against Trump. But they were trying to secure all their funding for, like, these war, what's going on right now before Trump got in office. Because they know once he comes in, he's going to be a lot stricter on NATO and what we do. They were getting ready for him for the election to win against Biden. And that was before the Biden-Trump debate, which was quite interesting because they already were planning that Trump was going to win. Now I don't know with the Kamala Trump tickets who they're still going for, but I know they were getting ready for that because they know that Trump doesn't like war. That was someone else in another room was bringing up war and all that, and I said that there, and that's why like the Republicans really don't like the war, and they were saying, well, what do you think about Jerusalem or Israel and Ukraine and all this? Well, I said, and they were asking about funding for the war, how it's going to go, and I said the Democrats are the ones approving all this money for Israel to get all these weapons. They're also approving Ukraine. Republicans are against the wars. And that's why JFK, when the CIA and all that, JFK was assassinated because he didn't want to go to war. He didn't want to start anything new. We're going to find out that was probably a good inside job part of it with all that because of everything. And if Trump gets in there, Robert Kennedy is going to definitely want to, he probably knows, but those reports about JFK hopefully are going to come unsealed, completely unsealed. And we're going to find out the CIA and government had something to do with Kennedy's death and Martin Luther King's death, which we already know he was smothered to death after the thing. It's going to be interesting what comes to light, because Trump definitely saying he's going to unseal those things. Hello? If no one wants to talk anymore.
So, do you think that Trump is going to seal those unsaid documents?
Unseal.
That's what I said. Unseal.
Oh. Do I think he's going to open up those documents? He swore if he gets elected,
Trump to be able to accomplish said goal. I mean,
It's
he's
going
gonna
to
have
be
to.
difficult.
I mean, yes and no, but I mean, at the same time, like, he would have to reform the Justice Department, correct?
No. Why would he have to do that? Because then
Who would be prosecuting said people?
no one's going to prosecute. We can't prosecute stuff that these people are dead who are maybe close to death who assassinated Kennedy. It was that long ago, and I'm not saying that it's they're still alive. There, so prosecuting that, it's not something that's gonna be something that's gonna happen. I'm not saying reopening it that way, but we're gonna know what happened. That's what I was gonna say. We're not able to, I don't think they're gonna prosecute whatever they're gonna do. Because we haven't even prosecuted Hillary on all her emails and her stuff. We haven't prosecuted previous presidents on all their shit. So it's going to be one of those things we're not going to be able to find complete justice for, but we're going to know what happened.
Interesting.
I think that's the goal, to find out what exactly happened and who was part of it.
The justice system's they're gonna have their hands full anyway. I mean, the amount of shit that's gone on in the last, I don't know, couple of decades, even just the last couple of years. I don't know if we have enough honest judges and prosecutors in the country to manage the type of cases that are likely to be opened up with the amount of fraud, theft, abuse of process. It's mind-boggling. So it's going to be very interesting to see who's targeted by main justice when Trump gets elected. The answer is yeah. The first thing he does when he comes in is he hires an attorney general, and all of the people around him is the first thing they do. It's part of their cabinet. So
I mean, they're Dr. Mitch, they're derelict in their duties. They're absolutely derelict in their duties. The fact that they're focusing on a Diddy case, which for me personally, I feel like Diddy should be landed in prison for decades. But the fact that they're focusing on that and not actually focusing on the antitrust laws in this country. Right. I mean, look at Blackstone leading over into the majority of our real estate inventory in America. The fact that they're not, I'm sorry, BlackRock. It's frustrating that there's almost a sort of lack of priorities and a dereliction of duty when it comes to these people doing their jobs. And unfortunately, the judges behind this are appointed. They're not necessarily voted into office.
Well, it's crazy now that you say that about the whole BlackRock and Vanguard and all these are going to all the homes, making it harder for Americans to buy it. If they're increasing the home prices and making it more rent, it's crazy that they're able to do that. They won't allow American people to buy the house.
The federal government took AT&T to the cleaners and Pac Bell and all these other companies about phone service. But the fact that we, home ownership, that's not a priority as far as having a discussion as far as the antitrust laws in our country, that's crazy to me.
I'll agree, because why should 30,000 homes, there's a Canadian company that owns 40,000 plus homes in America. They're renting them back out. I mean, that's 40,000 homes is not a lot, but that's a lot. There are these homes and corporations that have homes or apartment buildings in America, making it
square foot house in California back in the 80s for $82,000.
Yeah. But back here on the Bucks County, Montgomery County side, or the Allentown side, or Philadelphia side, Philadelphia, you can find some of the houses a little cheaper, but that's because they need work done. But they're urbanizing them, or whatever you want to call it, doing some rebuilding, remodeling of Philadelphia. They're trying to get it better. And those houses are then going for $300,000 once they redo the section of turn and part of Philadelphia. They try and urbanize it or whatever. Not urbanize it. I can't think of the term.
The term is, are you thinking of gentrification? Maybe.
No, not gentrification. When you redo a area to make
renovation.
Yeah, kind of renovation.
Rezoning.
Yeah, I don't know. There's another word I'm looking for. But yeah, when they're
rezoning.
Remodeling,
I mean, when
they're remodeling a lot of the homes in Philadelphia, remodeling is the exact thing I'm looking for. But when they're remodeling the homes in Philadelphia and making them more costly, and I would say
yeah, so that's gentrification.
I guess, but then I don't consider it totally gentrification. I consider, well, I guess it would be, but I was in a meeting like that trying to kick out certain people. I was meeting more to revitalize. That's it, I think. When they start revitalizing the area to make improvements in that section of town, they're getting more expensive for the local people to buy them. The lobbyists can't buy homes anymore. There some are, but it's becoming harder and harder for the Philadelphians to buy some of these homes because they're being outpriced. And once they're remodeled and they're revitalized, they're now going for 3 times the amount. You might be able to buy that home for $40,000 if it needs fixing. They're putting $40,000 more into it to fix it. And now that home went from $80,000 fixed to now $235,000 to $400,000 just to get that home. Maybe even $300,000. So they're outpricing the market, revitalizing it too much, too far ahead of the income zones in there. Same with my county. Like I said, I'm in Montgomery County. A $200,000 home now is selling right now for $400 something. And guess what? It's selling within 7 days. Those are the people with the money. I'm on the lower middle class. I can't quite qualify for that $400,000 that used to be. Some people are. Some people that have the money do. People that are making over $150,000 a year as a family couple. People with the $80,000 incomes, I don't think are qualified for a $400,000 home now. It used to be $250,000. 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the issue that America is having with Airbnb, for example. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things where, yes, somebody in their average everyday profession is making $80,000, but then they're buying a house that
they're not buying a house.
They could be buying a house distressed, or could be investing in with other business interests in being able to cultivate a certain type of turn and burn operation next to your house. I mean, for me, I don't like Airbnb. I don't. I mean, what exactly do you think about Airbnb? Do you feel like it's allowed people to manipulate and utilize a very sensitive part of our real estate inventory? I haven't finished my question. Go ahead. So do you feel like people have manipulated and have coordinated through the availability of Airbnb to then drive up the cost of a certain sensitive part of our real estate inventory, whether it be multifamily housing and driving down the value of your house by having an Airbnb operation next door, or is it inflating the prices of multifamily rental inventory where people are otherwise having to compete for a certain multifamily housing unit against a corporation or a corporate housing loophole that is effectively driving up the cost of corporate housing or driving up the cost of rental housing. I mean,
so when you ask about Airbnb, I see that more in resort towns. I don't really like where I live, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. I believe there's a few there, but there's not enough. I believe there's people that do it, but I don't think there's a huge market unless you're in Philadelphia itself, doing the Airbnb because of all the stuff down there. Occasional, you might have an Airbnb out in Montgomery County, but I haven't looked on Airbnb, don't really know how many things are in the market. I know the price of living, the cost, it's more rental properties in Montgomery County. I'm going to say, so landlords or people buying houses to rent them out. I see that more than I think I would see Airbnb. I think that's more of a resort thing, or not resort, something, a destination thing, Airbnb. So there's got to be something there for Airbnb to get there. To have a lot of that in that area.
Yeah.
So like I think like Sesame Place, right around Sesame Place, or right around Arnie Park, might have a few of them out in Bucks County or Allentown, or Philadelphia itself. Now the rest of the county, you're not going to have too many Airbnbs out in your leverage power plant. I don't think people are going to want to see that. Maybe Amish country might have a few Airbnbs, but I don't think that's the majority thing. I think more of it's more rental properties, long-term rentals, short-term rentals. I assume there are a few out there. I don't see that as a major thing. I do see a lot of these big corporations possibly buying up all these houses.
Got it. So, when people kind of like on the conservative side or like the Republican side voice differences, we live in different markets, right? I mean, you and I agree that it's not necessarily a flagrant problem in your said market, but if you look at somewhere like Los Angeles or somewhere like Florida, if you look at somewhere like parts of New York, for me, it's driving down the cost of people's. It's driving down people's ability to be able to bypass that barrier of entry into homeownership, which ultimately should be the goal and should be the American dream. Basically, in exchange for people being able to have this grab and go, just like get rich type of culture, which is settling roots in many parts of suburban America. in those said markets that I was discussing. So for me personally, you know, when I look at people that block out 60, you know, let me take that back. When I look at people that block out about 20 to 30% of a multi-family plan development, you know, where the city planning has resolutely defined that structure in terms of multi-family development. You know, I feel like people are cheating in the sense that they're not, you know, they're not. How should I say this? Like they're not pushed to actually have a hotel license, to actually engage as a de facto hotel, as opposed to, you know, this entity, you know, that just sits in the middle of a multifamily plan and the multifamily, you know, neighborhood development that is just, you know, consciously or subconsciously disrupting people's affordability in the area that was designated for families. I don't like that. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. So, okay, here's what I'll go kind of similar. So, we're paying $18.50 for a 4-bedroom right now. I've been there 4 years. Right while Trump was still in office, we got this.
I paid $3,000 for a loft.
So I'm just using my where I'm in Pennsylvania, but Pittsburgh, Philly, you're a little different. But so what I was saying is right now, if I were to go look for a 4-bedroom, even a 3-bedroom, right in my Montgomery County right now, go on apartments.com or whatever it is. There's an app I have. And I were to go look for a 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom, maybe even a 2-bedroom. A 3-bedroom right now, which was $1,800, even a single bedroom, but it's now $22. A 4-bedroom is $2,200 to $3,200 in our market. Trying to find a 2 or 3-bedroom under $2,000 in the Montgomery County, Pennsylvania area is harder to do now than it used to be 4 years ago under Trump. And landlords, some of them, because the interest rates are higher, they got variable interest rates. I don't know how it all works, but I'm very lucky that ours hasn't gone up from $18.50 in the 4 years we've been there. But that's very easily going on. And for that market, or our market, if we move, I'm going to have 2,000 just to move. You need first, last, and security in my area to move. So if it's $2,200, I'm going to have $6,800 just to move into a place.
Have you ever heard of a price optimizer?
What is that?
A price optimizer. Like
What is
basically you spit in a certain amount of data into a price optimizer, and it spits out a certain type of price based on certain metrics and certain parameters and what you feed, you know, that price optimizer.
So what does that have to do with the house of price of rental property?
So that's something
I'm
that
not going to
people.
be able to find a cheaper apartment or cheaper housing. I'm going to be paying $400 for, maybe $500 or $600 for just a month than what I am for if we were to downsize to 3-bedroom instead of where we're at for the move right now in this economy, I'm going to be paying $500 more a month just to move and find a place.
Okay, so to answer your question as far as the price optimizer, it's designed for hotels, if that makes sense. So
Well, that's
hotels,
designed for rentals.
right, and that's my whole point. So hotels, they have a certain amount of amenities and things that go into the
But I can't live in a hotel.
right, but
And I can't live in the Airbnb for more than 30 days usually.
right. So again, if you look at a price optimizer and what it's designed to do for hotels, and I'm just walking you through what it's designed to do.
I get it.
For hotels, hold on.
Right.
Exactly.
Depending on season.
Occupancy,
Yeah.
market, competitor rate analysis. Right.
Rentals are buying
Right.
stuff.
So what if I told you a company like Greystar, for example? Greystar is the largest, property management company in the United States. What if I told you that they utilize a price optimizer to basically change market rates from a day-to-day and sometimes an hour-to-hour basis?
Well, they're not the
Right.
landlords,
So
they're the people that are owning the homes in my county. Mine are landlords, people who own the second home, third home, and they're renting it out. And yes.
So don't you think that don't you?
Four homes or
Okay, hold on. So don't you think that something like that, in intentional manipulation, actually affects the price per square foot in your set? Like,
no.
Oh, it doesn't. Interesting.
Because this is not based on those. I do not believe this is based on that because the hotel rentals or that stuff.
You don't believe in it because it's not happening in your market. That's my whole point.
So when you say the things you're saying, that's not the hotel.
Go and look up a company called Leastar. Go and look up a company called Leastar and look up a program called YieldStar.
Yeah, but they're not affecting the regular homeowner rentals.
It is, especially when there's a push to have ADUs actually, built in new construction. The 3,000, the 3 million homes that Kamala Harris wants to build. There's a push in a lot of blue markets. When I mean blue markets, Democratic markets, where people are actually pushing for the ADUs, multi-family housing. So again, yes, it does affect that. I think that you really need to do your research and really break it down and really look at, the people who utilize these products, right? And where they're actually donating their campaign dollars to. It's crazy. I mean, the biggest coalition in the state of California, but against affordable housing, reformation was basically a conglomerate of savvy business investors that utilize these products time and time after again. It's crazy. Like, people need to look into this.
I think the biggest thing in this area is the cost of living is going up, and obviously the increase in the food prices. I am a truck driver. I see it in a product. It costs the brokers are making money. I believe the brokers are really building, especially after the pandemic when a lot of people bought trucks. Now the drivers, most the increase, or the market was increased for them and they were making money. Now the brokers see that they can make 40%, 50% off the load, kind of like Uber and Lyft are doing off the drivers, keeping a majority that can live in the house. When they normally used to be about 10, 15, maybe 20%, they were supposed to ask above the load for themselves. Now they're taking more of that and not passing on fuel costs to drivers and all that shit. living room. And the kitchen you can't put a table in, so you kind of got to put that in the living room or the one open space. You do have a little out decking for the laundry room. That's a walkway into the house. It's not a livable space, I'd say. It's just a walkthrough that you have your laundry in there and all that. So to be getting $1,200 when he was originally getting $990, and that to me, that $200 increase is a lot. Like I said, if we were to move out right now, we were to redo some of the things in our apartment, he'd get $2,500 easy on the floor bed, if not more, if we were to move out. But the hardest thing is we're oil based. Where I'm at, I'm paying $1,200, especially in the winter months. Twice a month, getting 150 gallons, 600 for the oil. So I'm paying about $3,000 a month in the winter time for where I'm living, with the leaky air windows and all that. But you can be getting $2,500 easily on what we're living in. If we were to move out, if you were to do a little bit of work again.
Have you ever heard of concession?
Session and what?
Shit. That's right.
Yes, it's fine.
Oh my god. So concessions, it's basically like bonus money that thank you. That somebody gives you like when you move into a place where you live.
Okay.
So I mean, in LA, for example, some of these places are promising like 6 months rent, or 6 weeks. Or, I'm sorry, 6 weeks free.
Free of what?
For rent.
Why would they do that?
There you go. Is that something that you've ever heard of?
Concessions.
Not in our market.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's a certain type of enticement in different markets to attract people into a false sense of affordability. And that's why even in any management position that I've ever had, I've always had my salespeople write down and have a spreadsheet breaking down the amortized amounts and actually comparing it side by the actual market rate amounts as to what they're actually going to pay. Because a lot of people actually, feel like, oh, I'm getting a deal. So I'm moving into a place I can afford, $1,800 a month. But then I move, into a place where, it's $2,100 per month. But then they're going to give me 6 weeks free. So then a lot of people in their mindset, they're going to try to amortize that in their mind in breaking that up over the year. Wait until that lease expires. They're going to raise the rent based on the actual rent that you were supposed to be paying without the discount. They're going to raise that shit almost 10%. People don't look at you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that is the type of shit that I'm talking about.
I'm very lucky my landlord has a great rent, and I think that's one because there's another person in there might be a very difficult thing. He's got guaranteed money right now. He's got guaranteed 1200 from the one bed. The other property is farmhouse property. And it's got a farm next to her in their apartment and downstairs living. So he's getting that. So yes, the property was $950,000, or his loan was $950,000 on the property. But I think he's easily getting weeds. So $3,000 on ours and another.
Right, but those cool. Like, respect me. Those are not the type of scenarios for which people are complaining about the cost of living. The scenario that I explained to you, before we pivoted to the scenario that you're offering, that is the average payments of a hundreds of millions of people in America. Because I'm telling you right now, It is happening in Miami. It's happening in Philadelphia. It's happening in Cleveland. It's happening in Chicago. It's happening all over the fucking country. Because when you look at a real estate investment trust, their end all game is to get a return to their investors. That's it. And these are the creative tricks that have come along to basically hold people in a place to where, what are you going to do? You're either going to pay the money or you're going to move. You see what I'm saying? So I think that people need to understand that a lot of people are in this holding pattern that I'm explaining to you that's greatly different than the rural and maybe suburban holding pattern that a lot of people, maybe like yourself understands. It's a different situation, bro. It's a different situation. A lot of people are getting fucked over right now. And right. So I'm telling you exactly where the bodies are buried. Does that make sense? Okay, but what I just explained to you, I'm walking you through how people fall into that trap. That protects the landlord, not the tenant. No, I agree. So you got 6 for 1 week, and then 3 other weeks you should have nothing when you cover the value of the house. I'll agree on that. But it's now a lot harder. You can get into it. Now you got to have, like I said, you got to have $8,000 income to get into a $2,000 place a month. Roughly. So, or whatever, $6,000 income a month just to get in there. That's
in your truck?
Oh, I just have
You're breaking up again. Still breaking up.
There you go.
Hi, Laura.
Because they see them all as marvelous, because they see them all in a way that is not related to survival and profit. When we get to thinking of everything in terms of survival and profit, then the shapes of scratches on the floor cease to have value. And most things, in fact, cease to have value. So therefore, in the course of nature, once we have ceased to see magic in the world anymore, we're no longer fulfilling nature's game of being aware of itself. There's no point in it anymore. And so we die. And so something else comes to birth, which gets an entirely new view. And so nature's self-awareness is a game worth the counting. It is not, therefore, natural for us to wish to prolong life indefinitely. Where it has been rubbed into us in every conceivable way that to die is a terrible thing. And that is a tremendous disease from which our culture in particular suffers. And we notice it firstly in the way in which death is swept under the carpet. This is one of the major problems in hospital work. When a family conspires with the doctor to keep from grandmother the knowledge that she is dying. Grandmother suspects that she is dying, but probably doesn't really want to know for sure. And her family talk with her in such a way as to say, well, you'll probably be getting all right in a few weeks, but it'd be nice to be able to do this, that, and the other, because they have this funny feeling that it's important to build up courage and hope. And so they become liars, and a mutual mistrust develops. Because once you are playing the game on that level, you tend to play the mistrust on other levels. So the person is likely to die.
Maybe I have to do more than what I was understanding here. Wait a minute. Wait. I can't let y'all do that. I can't let y'all do that because we're how long? Wait. Wait, those croissants is good as fuck. I can't let y'all do that. I did not let y'all do that. Terrence croissants. This is good as fuck. I can't let y'all do that.
It's upset. This is crazy. The parents know it's all about praise that they make on the street side.
And that's why the bagel has a hole in it. You got some free bagels, you got some free pussy, and you act like it's a big deal. Bitches bust it open all the time, bro. Like, let it go. You guys believe.
Let it go. No.
I will let that go.
Let it go.
I will let that go.
Look, you gotta take a second right now. Stop it. We need to move on to this, right? I'm just saying.
Move on.
Oh, thank God.
Some of these liberals
In order for me,
We're gonna have to shut the fuck up.
yeah, come on, brother.
You can
Definitely got some free bagels.
Very good. Yeah,
Everything bagel.
not everything they
I think you should let Champagne Choice Negro go.
This is what I don't understand.
Sorry, I had a question.
Let's hear a woman. Can we hear a woman speak, please?
I don't understand how some, I'm not saying all, but I don't see how some of these passport bros goes overseas and they don't educate themselves about the foreign woman and their culture, and then they be trying to get the career-driven type of foreign woman, but there's so many of those already in America, and it's like, you can just, I'm like, the reason why you can't get it's like, it's because they just don't want you, or you can't level up. So then they go after these village women, don't give a crap about their culture or the way of life, their families, their nothing. And then I'm just thinking to myself, once you, and then they want to bring them over to America and teach them how to work. And then all you're gonna do is just leave you. It's really weird.
I told you guys that now you have a woman. Listen, your partner's time out, bro.
Oh yeah, let's just.
She said what I
got a quick question. Oh my goodness, stop fighting, please.
So I have a quick question for Donnie. Donnie, I live in Australia, and what you said basically doesn't even make sense to me. How does that even work?
That's a you thing, brother.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
That's a you thing.
Secondly, fair enough. Secondly, I just want to say that purpose of travel, we really need to look back at the purpose of travel. Purpose of travel is usually, sorry, my internet's a bit shocking. Purpose of travel is usually business or pleasure, right? When you walk through immigration, they'll ask you, what's your purpose of travel? What visa you want? If you're on a holiday and you go to a different country to explore, to have fun, to be a visitor, then what's wrong with getting a taste of the local girls? Like, it's really there's no
relationship at all.
Exactly.
at all. That's what they're saying.
And I wasn't there on holiday. I was there on business for 3 months. I know you came in kind of late on the story. But you sound like that, right? And that might be a bigger difference. I sound like an American. So when I'm presented, you know 1,000% that I'm not Australian. I have black homies that are Australian. The line of work I was doing was with the NBL, right? Your basketball league. And so I walk into a building, especially when I'm wearing my dreads and all my tattoos are showing, I look American. You could pass as Australian just like my homie Dexter. He looked just like Dexter. That's his name. He looked just like him.
Hey, Dexter. Shout out to Dexter.
But you know, the thing is, when they go and travel and they be just having like sex and things like that, but you have to be careful. You have to be careful where you do that, because the thing is, in some places, if you have sex with somebody's daughter and you don't marry them, it's considered rape and you will be 10 feet under. You have to be careful where you do these quote unquote Diddy freak off and be respectful. And the thing is, a lot of these guys who claims, oh, these American women, I don't want these American women. But some of these guys are not getting any play in America. So I'm trying to see. Yeah, it's like the thing is, some of these guys are not being truthful. Is what's happening. They're not being truthful. They're probably not getting any play in America. So they're trying to go and get some sex work overseas. And then they try to make it seem like, oh no, I'm trying to marry this woman. Like, no, you're not.
Okay, so that's absolutely why I advocate for why it's like you get a player of the family or overseas. You don't have to be 40. I mean, like somebody's like
That's what they're doing. They're going over there. Fuck this 13-year-old.
Is that what we're doing? Protect passport for everybody.
Wait a minute. Underage sex. Hold on, bro. America acts like nothing ever happened. Okay. Let's talk about that.
And who wants to marry these guys? Like, let's say if nobody finds out. Who wants to marry somebody who does stuff like that? That is just like unhinged behavior.
Well,
Some of them are already missing, and some of them are dead.
So the fact that anything that we know about the pedophile, you want to highlight as being a pedophile, which that's alleged, because I've never, whatever, cool. Yeah. So instead of us talking about them being a sex tourist, we're talking about them being a pedophile, alleged. You don't have evidence of that. You're putting jackets on people that you don't have proof of.
Who has evidence of these prostitutes? Who's documenting these prostitutes? That's the whole reason why a lot of them go to certain places where they can get away with certain things. So let's not act like, everything has to be truly documented.
There's no way to get proof on it. That's why you leave the country to do it.
And what we don't want to do is look at this wrongly. But I'm just saying, with my passport, just go ahead, go do your thing over there. You need whoever the hell you feel like being over there. You listen to people you working over here. Oh well, keep working over there. I'm with that. That's what I'm saying.
Every country has its own laws. So clearly, to have underage sex is a crime in basically almost all countries. They all have moral standards and they all have their laws. So to go to a different country and to commit these alleged sex crimes is illegal. It's a wrong thing to do. And you can do that in America. You can do that. I can come to America and I shouldn't put myself in a position, but yeah.
No, you would
clearly someone can go to America. It's not like you go to a country, the laws are there.
Listen, that's why I don't want to talk about this stupid situation.
It's a stupid thing.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's not
it is. It's a stupid.
Yeah,
Adam, you're familiar with Josh Reed and his underage situation being actually.
This week, Senator